Please sit. We're back on the record in the matter of State of Nebraska versus Angela Hock at CR 19-3050. Before we get started, let the record reflect. I did speak with Court TV representatives, and they're going to try to just make sure that they're a little more vigilant at picking up conversations at tables that aren't meant to be heard or meant to be confidential. But I would ask the attorneys to be, what's happening is when the prosecutor asks questions, the defense attorney's mic is turned off and vice versa. But during the questioning by the prosecutor or defense, they may want some time to ask their colleagues or their client for defense some questions, and it's being picked up on the mic. And Court TV is vigilant about not doing that and not broadcasting that, but they've missed a couple things according to the attorneys. So make sure you're cognizant of that. We're working to try to avoid that, but just if you want to talk to your client or your other attorneys during questioning, then I would ask, maybe you just ask, Judge, can I have a moment? And then that will signal, Court TV will know they have to turn the mics off. So make sure that it's not picked up, all right?
Sounds fair.
All right. You may call your next witness, State.
Thank you, Judge. Matt Carroll. Come on up, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Carroll. Good morning, Judge. Where to my left? And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please sit. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how are you employed? Or I'm sorry, state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Matt, given name Matthew, go by Matt. Last name's Carroll, Carroll.
How are you employed?
With the Omaha Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Omaha Fire Department?
It'll be 19 years in January.
What is your title with the fire department?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
What does it mean to be a firefighter paramedic?
All firefighters are what they call certified EMTBs, which the B stands for basic, and then probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% of the job are paramedics. And paramedics go through more school, so they can do a lot more interactions than what a EMT basic can do.
Okay, I do want to talk about that training a little bit. So fair to say 19 years ago or so, you went through your initial training to become a firefighter.
Correct.
What basically did you have to do what did that training entail?
I cannot remember for sure how long we were in what they call the training academy. It was somewhere between 3 and 4 months, and that just depends on how short they are. Sometimes it's shorter than that as far as your academy training. And then once you get done with the academy training, and they teach you all the aspects of being a firefighter, both EMS-wise and firefighting-wise. And
I'm going to interrupt you there. EMS is what?
Emergency medical services.
All right, go ahead.
And then once you're done with the academy, you go out into what they call suppression. So that's when you're at the stations. And up until you've been on officially for 1 year, you're considered what they call either a probationary firefighter or a candidate. And once you get done with that, then you're quote-unquote officially a firefighter.
Okay. Is it fair to say that then throughout your career you continue to have ongoing training to maintain your
Correct.
licensure?
Yes.
And make sure you finish my sentence before you talk.
Oh,
because
sorry.
she's taking down everything, and and I'm bad at that too, so we can't talk over the top of each other. So somewhere along the line then, I presume you then started working on the paramedic training, is that right?
Correct.
When did you do that?
after I finished my candidate year officially.
Okay. So how long have you been a paramedic?
Right around 16 and a half, 17 years.
Okay. So what was the paramedic training like?
At the time, Omaha Fire did their own paramedic training, and so it was taught by Omaha Fire personnel. So we had to go twice a week, 8 hours a day for roughly a year, and it was both classroom training and hands-on training.
Does someone oversee all of the paramedics? Is there some kind of medical director or something to oversee all of the paramedics at the Omaha Fire Department?
Correct, yes.
And who is Omaha medical, or the medical director? Is that a doctor?
Correct.
Okay. So do you answer to a doctor, or how does that work?
Ultimately, because of what we do out in the field, we actually are all underneath his license, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, fair. I want to talk directly about what matters in this case. So I'm wondering about actual OB training, delivering babies, experiences, and things like that. So what do you recall being the training you received through the years, both in the beginning and through the years as it relates to delivering babies?
When we were in paramedic class, and it may have changed since then, but we had to do 16 hours. It was 2 8-hour stints in a labor delivery situation. And so the first 8 hours that I did for that as part of the paramedic certification, I saw 2 deliveries, and we're literally there on an observation basis. And unfortunately, the second 8 hours I did, there were no patients that came in, so I didn't see anything.
Okay. Since your time, well, did you get training specific to breech deliveries?
The biggest thing they told us about breech deliveries is do whatever you can to keep the pressure off the cord.
Okay.
And then it kind of depends on what the breech presentation is as well.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
There's multiple breech presentations, and depending on the presentation, if the head has not been delivered, then we do what they call a V technique, and it's to try to keep the pressure off the child's nose and mouth.
Okay. So I gather you try to figure out, well, you know which way the child's facing, so you try to make some room so the
Correct.
child can maybe start taking breaths. Okay. So that sort of contemplates that the baby's born up to at least the neck or somewhere along the head. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So are you given techniques when you arrive and say there's a foot delivered or 2 feet or something like that? Are there things you're taught to do?
Get to the hospital as fast as we can.
Okay. Is that first and foremost?
Correct.
All right. Fair. Have you ever had to, at your time as a paramedic, firefighter, paramedic, have you had to deliver a baby?
I have not.
Okay. Have you been on scene where a baby has been recently delivered?
Yes.
How often has that happened?
Twice.
Okay. Was it a pretty normal delivery, other than, for whatever reason, ambulance is being called?
I'm assuming so, yes, because, again, both instances that I've been on something like that, the child had already been fully delivered.
Okay. Have you ever had to clamp off the umbilical cord and cut
Yes.
the cord? Okay. So the examples you're giving, you got there pretty quickly after the baby was born?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about episiotomies. Do you know generally what an episiotomy is? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's right. What do you think an episiotomy is?
I don't know the specifics, but it is something where, and I'm assuming it'd be, well, it could probably be a normal delivery as well, but for whatever reason, the child is not coming out, so they have to make an incision to make the opening large enough for the child to be delivered.
You sound like you don't know exactly what it is, so does that imply that you aren't trained on episiotomies?
No, that's beyond our scope of practice.
Would there ever be a circumstance that you would attempt an episiotomy out in the field?
The only way we could do that is if we contacted medical control and they gave us permission.
All right. Let's talk about that a little bit. You've got a medical director, and I think you used the word him, so I assume this is a male at this point in Omaha. Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. So when you're talking about contacting medical personnel, you aren't out on a scene and contacting that medical director, are you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It wasn't a very good question. When you're out on a call and needing to talk to a doctor, you don't contact that medical director, do you?
No, we do.
Okay.
And our medical director is affiliated with Nebraska Medicine. So anytime we have medical control questions, we have both a phone number that we can call and we can try and contact them over the radio as well.
Okay. And when you're on a call, is it also true that as you're getting information, you're feeding information into the hospital, whichever emergency room you're headed to? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ever talking to those docs about, hey, what might we do next?
Very rarely, because we have a pretty good, they call them standing orders. We have a pretty good set of standing orders as far as our protocol is concerned.
Okay. So the upshot of it is, am I saying it correctly, that you're not going to do some procedure that you're not trained to do, authorized to do, unless the medical director is telling you, do this?
Correct.
Okay. Would that be a pretty rare thing, that you're being directed to do something?
Yes. In my memory, I cannot think of anything throughout my paramedic career that I had to call medical control for permission to do XYZ procedure.
Okay. So what are the kind of things you can do?
I'm sorry?
What are the kind of things you can do as a paramedic without doctor authorization?
I don't know how extensive you want to be.
Just kind of a
we can
general.
administer medications. We can start IVs. If somebody needs to be shocked, we can do that. That's kind of the basic extent.
Let me ask you this, because since we were talking about the episiotomy, I know, because we're going to get to the exhibit in a minute, that your OB kit, you do have a very small scalpel in there. So are there, and I guess do you have a scalpel on your rig other than in the OB kit?
We might, but no, I think it's only in the OB kit.
So are there sort of procedures you can do using a scalpel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you have that scalpel in the OB kit?
Correct.
Okay. So fair to say you don't exactly know why the scalpel's in there?
No, I do know why it's in there, and we've never, throughout my career, because I talked to the supply person, sometimes it's a specific type of scissors that might be in an OB kit, but throughout my career, it's always been a scalpel.
Okay. So why is the scalpel in there?
So that we can cut the umbilical cord.
Okay.
If we need to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So there's some time, or you would expect also there might be a scissors different than a trauma shears in the OB kit to cut the umbilical cord.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I want to take you to what we're here to testify for, and that's June 15th, 2019. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Okay. And were you dispatched to 4826 Spalding Street?
I'd have to look in our daybook, but yes, I was on that run.
Okay. Who was with you that day?
I'm sorry.
Who was with you that day?
On the medic unit, it was Dave Hurd.
Okay. What do you mean by medic unit?
The ambulance.
Okay. Who else was heading to the call?
Engine 41.
Okay. So how many people were on the engine 41?
4.
So 4 ride in the engine, 2 ride in the medic unit.
Yes.
What information did you have initially about what kind of call you were going to?
The way dispatch works is they call it toned out at the station, and the first thing that comes over the dispatch is the apparatuses that are going. So it was engine 41, medic 41, maternity issues, and then they give the address.
Okay.
And then we go en route.
So initially maternity issues was the extent of what you knew was happening.
Correct, because when dispatch dispatches us, It's very generic, I guess to say. So it could be chest pain, it could be what they call PI, car accident, difficulty breathing. They're not on the initial dispatch going to give you any extra information other than the general dispatch.
While en route, did you get more information?
Yes, and that's standard. So once we were en route, they said, I don't remember the age, but it was a 20-something-year-old, is in the birthing process, and the feet have been delivered.
What did you think when you learned that the feet had been delivered?
I knew it was going to be a serious call. I asked Dave, because Dave had much more experience at the time than I did, if he'd ever had a breech delivery. He said he had not. And the way we do things on the fire department is when you're on the medic unit, you take turns, quote unquote, being in charge of that call. So it was going to be Dave's patient. And so I told him, you go and do whatever you can to assist in the delivery, and I will grab the OB kit, and I will grab the airway bag, and I'll set all that up and have it ready to go. So
I know Dave Hurd retired at a rank of captain.
correct.
What is your rank?
Firefighter.
Okay. So it doesn't matter that Dave Hurd is captain. Literally, you're taking turns as far as who's in charge. That captain isn't necessarily running the show every time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what is this OB kit used for?
For when we go on calls where a baby's been delivered.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked, exhibit number 130. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, I recognize it. That's kind of a standard OB kit for us.
And in fact, did you supply this, or somebody at the fire department supply this to my office for use in this trial?
Yes.
So would this be a fair demonstrative exhibit of the kind of kit you were using on this date?
Correct. It may have been a different brand because the fire department, like anywhere else, tries to save money. So if they got XYZ brand and then they go up in price, then they'll try to negotiate and find a cheaper brand with the same materials in it.
And one of the things this kit has in it is this scalpel you talked about. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm offering exhibit 130. This is for demonstrative for my witness to talk about it.
No objection.
130's received.
I want to look at this, and for the record, we have a plastic bag here, and it's got listed all the items that are inside here. Is that right?
Yes.
Why don't you just tell us what those items are?
An underpad, a bowl syringe, umbilical cord clamps, PVP prep pads, safety scalpel, OB napkins, baby receiving blanket, pair of gloves, OB towelette, plastic pre-cut twist ties, plastic bag, one towel, one gauze pad.
I'm going to try to show this to the court, and I think we can do this. You see me unwrapping what appears to be a lightweight blanket? Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually a pad, but yes.
Oh, it's a pad, okay. I thought perhaps this was a blanket to wrap the baby, but that's not what that is.
Oh, I don't know. I can't see that far.
No, just, this is considered a pad, the white thing?
Or a blanket.
Okay.
I'd have to look at the list.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because, to be honest with you, we do not use OB kits very often.
Okay, all right. And you have plenty of blankets probably in the ambulance, is that true?
Yes.
Because it certainly might be that you'd put the baby in the blanket when the baby's born, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So these are all these items, and I mostly am interested in, of course, we have gloves, different, what are these? You see up on the screen, what are these?
I'm assuming the clamps.
Okay. Is it a better view if you look at it like that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then I'm interested, of course, in the scalpel. I'm showing you what's inside here. It looks like a blue little plastic thing that with a red thing on it that you could probably just push out the scalpel. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And this, of course, is sterile. It's inside a sterile paper. Is that
Yes.
And these, of course, are just all the other things that you've described listed on this kit. True?
Yes.
One moment, making a mess here. Give me a second. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep just for the record, in case the defense is asking questions, I'm going to leave the scalpel kind of outside of that if you're using it for cross-examination. Defense counsel's giving me the thumbs up, so I think that's going to work. All right, so you have concerns. You know it's a breech baby. And I think what you've said is you got to get in there quick, assess it, and get that mom and child off to the hospital as quickly as possible.
Yes.
All right, so when you arrived, what did you see first? What happened next?
We had to go up some stairs. When we got there, I could see the mom on all fours, and the baby was hanging there by its head.
Who was first up the stairs, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. What did you do once you saw that? And I should say, is she on the top of the stairs?
She, at the top of the stairs, she is probably about approximately 2 feet over from where the top of the stairs are.
So you see mom on all fours. Do you see anybody else with her?
Yes.
Who do you see with her?
A person, I don't know who she was, but she was attempting to deliver the child.
Okay. Did you see a father anywhere? A male
When
part?
we walked in, the father was standing at the bottom of the stairs holding a child, and he directed us to go upstairs.
Okay. So you see mom on all fours. You see another woman. Do you see any other woman up there at that
I did
time?
not.
Okay. Did you ever see another woman up there?
I did not.
Okay. So as far as you know, the only people in the house at that point, or at any point, was dad, mom, and this other woman.
And the child,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And
That
the child.
dad was holding.
Yes. Okay. All right. So you got up there. What'd you do?
Dave went over to assist the person that was with the mom, and I started setting everything up about 3 feet away from them, as far as the OB kit and the airway bag and having a BVM and hooking it up to oxygen.
Now, you said a moment ago that you just want to get them up and out of there. Why not just the moment you saw her, get the bot and get her out of there? Why even set that up?
Hopefully for a delivery, and the person that was with the woman appeared to, for lack of a better word, to be a professional.
Okay. And why did that dictate why you set up the OB kit?
Because, well, we're going to set up the OB kit regardless,
Okay.
even if the child had been delivered,
Right. Okay.
so that we could use the bulb syringe and
Okay.
start getting the child in the state they need to be in.
Okay. So you're going to set that up. So I guess, is it fair to say, with doing the OB kit, you're kind of getting ready for the baby, whereas Dave Hurd's helping the mom?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to get ready in case there's any moment at which that baby is finally delivered. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recall the baby looking when you first got there?
To the best of my recollection, when we first got there, all things considered, the baby looked good.
Okay. So healthy, not turning blue or looking like that was in enough distress that, well, I don't know. That's like, what do you mean by good?
Viable.
Okay. All right. I assume babies look a little blue when they're born anyway.
I don't have enough experience with babies to be able to answer that, to be honest with you.
All right. But at least that point, were you hopeful?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you got the OB kit ready, and you're literally just spreading everything out to have it ready.
Yes.
Obviously, everyone could see how I was stumbling with all those things. You're just kind of spreading stuff out so you're able to grab what you need.
Yes.
Fair to say? All right. What happened next?
Dave assisted the person that was there. They were unable to get they were unable to get the child out. The person there asked for a pair of, I don't remember the exact terminology, whether it was trauma shears or trauma scissors, and I advised that person, since I'd already opened up the OB kit, and I assumed that person was going to try to do an episiotomy. So I advised that person that we have a scalpel, and the person told me, no, I want the scissors.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because that was a lot, so I'm going to follow up some questions here. So you remember that it was either trauma shears or trauma scissors?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't plain old scissors or shears. She was saying trauma in front of those two words?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
All right. And so you're saying that you immediately thought she was going to do an episiotomy?
Yes.
Okay, why'd you think that?
Just based off the question that she was asking for scissors.
All right. Why did you suggest the scalpel?
Because even though I've never done one, I'm assuming that is what they use to do an episiotomy. And it's going to be, in my opinion, more effective.
Okay. Trauma shears, we have a picture of those, but why do you, showing you Exhibit 98, you recognize those as a sample of trauma shears?
Yes.
So why were you concerned that trauma shears would not be effective?
Because from our standpoint, the only reason we carry and use trauma shears is there's a saying in EMS called strip and flip. So when we go to a certain call, depending on what it is, if we need to remove clothing so that we can further assess the injuries to the patient, that's when we use trauma shears.
So you offered a scalpel, and what did she say?
She said she wanted the scissors.
Okay. And I should ask, if you can, and it's okay if you can't, do you recognize that woman as being here today?
I have no idea what that person looked like.
Okay. Probably weren't paying real close attention to what she looked like?
Since I wasn't the one with her at the patient's side, I was doing what I needed to do to get ready in case we had a delivery.
All right. So she tells you, no to the scalpel, I want the trauma shears.
Yes.
All right, what happened next?
I didn't see this happen, but I know they broke
Okay. And why do you know they broke?
because she asked for another pair, or asked if we had another pair.
Okay. Did you have another pair?
We did.
Okay. And did you give those to her?
Yes.
So where are these trauma shears carried? Do you carry one in your pocket, or how come you have two pairs just right there? Do you have some other kind of kit that's up there?
Some people do carry them in their pocket. I personally do not. But as a general rule, we have a trauma box, and we got one on each side of the trauma box.
Was that trauma box brought to the top of the stairs that day?
Yes.
Okay. Not by you, I gather. Somebody else?
I do not recall.
Okay. So was she given a second pair of shears?
Yes.
Okay. What did she do? Well, I should ask you, when the first shears broke, did you hear any reaction from the mom?
I did not.
Okay. And
Because
then,
I was too involved in everything else.
okay. Second pair of trauma shears were handed to her. Did you hear a reaction from the mom then?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever remember hearing a scream or anything from the mom that day?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever see whether or not this woman was able to effect an episiotomy?
I did not see it, but based off when we started to go to the hospital, it was not effective.
Okay, all right. And I guess I probably didn't ask the best questions. Were you able to observe that she had been cut in some manner, the mom?
Not that I observed.
Okay, all right, fair. So what happens next?
Once those two attempts failed, we realized we're not going to be able to safely deliver this child here. And so then we prepared to get mom and child out of the house and on the way to the hospital.
And how did you do that?
We used a thing called, the fire department calls it a bot, and B-O-T, stands for big orange thing. The manufacturer that makes it is a company called Reeves, R-E-E-V-E-S.
Okay. Who got that bot? Do you
I
remember?
do not recall.
Okay. Once the bot was brought to the top of the stairs?
Yes.
Had you already brought the stretcher over to the house?
I do not recall.
Okay. So once the bot gets to the top of the stairs, how do you go about getting the mom onto that stretcher?
We set the bot by her, and then we're not going to be able to carry her out on the bot on all fours, so we had to roll her over to her back, and then we get her secured in. There's there's 3 straps on each side. Normally what we do for the upper body, we cross them. So there's one here, one in the middle, and one at the bottom. The top ones, we put this one to the middle, this one to the middle, and then the bottom one we just secure straight across.
Okay. And did you take her down head first?
We did.
Why did you do that?
To take any undue pressure off the child.
In a normal circumstance, would it be that you take them down feet first?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something from your training that you know to do that, or just something you thought
Yes.
was a good idea? Okay. All right. Okay, so once you get downstairs, did you get her in the ambulance?
We put her on the stretcher first and then into the ambulance, yes.
Once she got in the ambulance, what happened?
We wanted to start an IV on the patient, the mom, and she absolutely refused. And in a situation like that, if we started an IV on somebody that said no, we can actually be prosecuted for assault. So we did not start an IV. And then, I can't remember if it was around that time or shortly after, she said she did not want an IV because with her first child, she went through PTSD.
Okay. What happened next?
We went to the hospital.
Okay. Where's everybody at in that ambulance?
Dave Hurd was down with the child. We had a firefighter on my right, and I guess it'd be the mom's right also. We had another firefighter on the left, and I was sitting at the head.
Did you make, while still parked before you drove off in the ambulance, did you make further attempt to try to deliver the child?
On scene, not to my recollection.
Okay. Were there attempts to continue to try to deliver the child while you were in the ambulance?
En route to the hospital, I'd already called in the report to Nebraska Medicine was the closest hospital, so that's where we were going. En route, I was sitting there looking at the situation, and I thought, we need to try to do something. So we had the firefighters on each side. We lifted mom's legs up, and the only way I can really describe it is like they're going into a walking sled, and so they put their shoulders basically behind her knees, and they both pushed. And we also asked mom to push as well.
At some point, was that successful?
That first attempt, no. The second attempt that we tried, it was everything that I just described was the same, except for I stood up and I also helped.
Okay. Prior to, so we're on the way to the ambulance. Presume you're not driving, someone else is driving.
Yes.
Okay. How's the baby looking? Did it change how she was looking versus when you first came on scene and you said she looked pretty good? Did things change?
Yes, by that time the baby was starting to turn blue.
Okay. And by that time, you mean by the time you're en route to the hospital?
Yes.
When the baby was born, how did the baby look?
The child was blue. The child did not have a pulse, and the child was not breathing.
Okay. What happened next?
This all transpired when the baby was finally delivered. This happened literally, we were on Nebraska Medicine's property. Once we verified no pulse and no respirations, we immediately started CPR and started breathing for the child via bag valve mask.
How did you feel in those moments in the ambulance when this baby wasn't being born yet and was starting to turn blue?
Helpless.
Do you recall at any point, well, let me ask this question. The woman who was trying to help at the top of the stairs, did anyone have a conversation with her about who she was, what she was doing, and whether she would come to the hospital that you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. At any point, do you recall that woman announcing, you got to get to the hospital, and directing you all to get her to the hospital?
I do not remember that, no.
Okay. Would you have, was it your intent to get to the hospital as soon as you could?
If that person would not have been there, that's immediately would have, they call it load and go. That is immediately what we would have done.
So because she was there, you did not load and go? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because at the time, she seemed to be some type of medical professional, so I assumed that she had the best interest of both patients, and so I assumed that she knew what she was doing, and I guess that's it.
It certainly appeared like she was trying to help.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment? No further questions of this witness.
Ross?
Thank you, firefighter. You testified that you first went through paramedic class, was it 19 years ago?
17 years ago.
17. And how often do you have to take classes to recertify that?
It just depends on what you're referring to, because we have multiple licenses being paramedics. So like ACLS is every 2 years. CPR is every 2 years. PALS is every 2 years. And on top of all of our official certifications, we also have to have so many hours of continuing education every year.
Any of the specific certifications you just mentioned that you have to do every 2 years, did those involve neonatal care?
PALS, which stands for Pediatric Advanced Life Support. Yes.
Can you talk about PALS a little more, please?
Could you be more specific?
You said you have to recert PALS every 2 years.
Yes.
How long is the class?
It's either 8 or 16 hours. I don't remember specifically.
And what's the focus of that class? What type of things do you learn?
It kind of speaks for itself. It's pediatric advanced life support. So it's how you treat children, and it's very similar to ACLS, and it's in regards to if there's breathing difficulties, cardiac difficulties. That's kind of the main emphasis.
And what age range does children fall into? Who does that include?
Children, I guess, would be anywhere from 1 to 16.
So PALS doesn't actually train you in neonate, a newborn child, and the proper medical interventions for that type of situation, does it?
I do not remember. I'm sure it does, but I could not tell you 100% yes.
Well, pediatrics has a definition in the medical field, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that it's 1 to 13? Is that what it was?
If I remember correctly, you asked me how we identify children.
So is it your testimony that PALS does give you training on neonates?
Yes.
What is that training?
Again, like I said, it's primarily, they have a bunch of different algorithms that, if I had a card, I could explain it better, how to treat children in regards to any type of medical concern that may come up.
Let's talk about resuscitating a neonate. What are the proper procedures for that?
For a neonate, it depends on the presentation of the child. The first thing we would do is, and again, it depends on the presentation. The first concern is going to be the airway, and then we check the cardiac situation, and we've got different interventions depending on the presentation of the neonate.
What are some of those interventions?
Bag valve mask, so basically you're breathing for the child, chest compressions, possible intubation, and if we have to administer medications.
What type of medications might you administer to a neonate in distress?
Again, it depends on the situation, but probably the most common one we're going to use is going to be epinephrine.
And in a situation where the neonate is just born, still attached through an umbilical cord, how would you get epinephrine into that infant?
And again, this depends on the presentation. It's either going to be via an IO, an intraosseous needle, or if the child's been intubated, we can put medications down the ET tube.
Did you attempt to put an IV in the infant?
We were not able to based off the presentation
Why weren't you able to?
because of the presentation of the child.
Would you have been able to, are there certain drugs that you can administer to a pregnant woman that would have an effect on the, in this case, I'll say partially born child?
There's nothing in our protocol that we can administer. No, sir.
You wouldn't be authorized to administer epinephrine through an IV in the mother?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Specifically for the paramedic certification, how many hours of continuing training do you have to recertify that?
To be honest with you, I do not know because our administration takes care of all that.
Is it more than 10 hours a year?
I would say it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60.
60 hours a year?
Yes.
And of that continuing training, how much of it focuses on childbirth?
It just depends. Whoever sets up the training, we get taught whatever they're training.
So it's not necessarily a comprehensive review of everything you're taught?
No, it kind of varies every year. They change it up.
Is it different subjects?
Correct.
When's the last time you specifically had a continuing education class dealing in childbirth?
In childbirth specifically, I do not know.
Was it in your last recertification?
Not that I recall.
When was your last recertification?
Probably 6 months ago.
How about the year before that? Can you ever recall having a seminar, if you will, or a class in continuing education about childbirth?
I know we have, but when it was specifically, I do not know.
Sometime in the last 17 years.
Definitely.
How about neonatal care? Has that been something in your most recent research that you took continuing education classes on?
Most recent, no.
When was the last time you can remember a class on neonatal care?
The exact time frame, I do not know.
You can't remember one recently?
Not offhand, no, sir.
Firefighter, I want to talk about your OB kit. It's fair to say that nothing in that OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention?
I would say that's incorrect.
What in the OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention?
The bulb syringe,
And what would you do with that bulb?
suction the mouth and nose.
In a case like this, did anyone try to use in this case, did anyone try to use the bulb to suction the mouth and nose?
If you're talking after the delivery, no. And until the child had been delivered, there was no way to be able to do that.
You couldn't get that bulb up through the vaginal cavity to the child's nose and mouth.
No, sir.
Do you understand, is it your understanding that paramedic Hurd attempted this V maneuver that you described?
Yes, sir.
When do you understand that occurred?
Once we had mom and child in the ambulance,
And was that effective?
I do not know.
Was he able to get his fingers inside the vaginal cavity?
You would have to ask Mr. Hurd. I do not know.
I'd like to talk about when you first arrived to the scene. When you first arrived, you size the scene up?
Yes, sir.
And is that for your protection and safety in
Yes,
part?
sir.
How long does that typically take?
In a situation like this, if you want to go by National Registry standards, that's something that they say when you first get on scene, is the scene safe? The majority of our runs, we assume the scene is safe, so I don't even think that was anything anybody thought about.
So when you first arrived, you initiated care almost immediately then?
Once we got up the stairs, yes.
And when you initiate care, does that create a duty for you in respect to the patient?
Yes.
And is part of that duty to protect the patient from anything that might cause them harm?
Yes.
You describe the person who was there and that you assumed that they knew what they were doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were they doing that made you think that? What were they doing with the patient that made you think that?
Trying to deliver the child.
Were they positioning the mother in what you understand to be an appropriate way to attempt this delivery?
Yes.
Were they attempting to move her in ways that you understood were appropriate to facilitate that delivery?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, and I think you said you spent 8 hours and saw 2 babies delivered?
16 total. 8, I saw 2 children being born. The other 8 hours I was there were no patients.
So based on that training and what you've seen and learned, what you observed from that person, Mrs. Hock, was someone who was taking action consistent with what a medical person would do to have a vaginal birth.
If you're asking me, was this situation the same as what I saw in labor and delivery? No.
Did you have any training or experience specifically with a breech birth?
Training, yes. Experience, no.
What was your training with a breech birth?
To take the pressure off the umbilical cord.
And is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy might take some of that pressure off an umbilical cord?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy might allow this V maneuver to be possible by creating more room?
It would create more room, yes.
And the room, you need room to fit fingers inside a vaginal cavity, correct?
Yes.
In regards to your OB kit, or any of the tools you had at hand in your ambulance that you were provided with, did you have anything similar to surgical scissors, stainless steel scissors?
We do.
Where are those held? Where are those kept?
It depends on the med unit. A lot of them have them in the trauma box, and a lot of times we have them in what we call an IV tray on the actual ambulance itself.
Did you have that trauma box with you in the hallway?
We did.
And were these surgical scissors in that trauma box?
To specifically say yes or no, I do not recall.
Would it
I'm
be-
assuming so, yes.
It'd be standard that they'd be there.
They should be, yes.
And did you offer those scissors when scissors were asked for?
Did not.
Are you familiar with what's called an episiotomy scissors?
I am not familiar with that term.
May I approach, Your Honor? Take a look at this, firefighter.
Yep.
What does that look like to you?
I did not know they were called episiotomy scissors. I don't know the specific name of those, but we do carry something like that.
You have, and I'm going to put this on the screen. You have something like this?
Objection is not in evidence. Can we put a sticker on it, do something?
I'd like to admit this into evidence.
Well, you need to mark it as exhibit first.
Defense Exhibit 131, Your Honor.
Any objection to exhibit 131?
I would just say, I don't think there's foundation for it with this witness, but he can probably shore it up with the doctor later, so I don't object.
All right, 131 will be received.
Good. So, is something like this in your trauma kit?
I don't know if it's specifically like that. That looks different from what we actually carry. The one we carry looks similar to this, but the blade on my right hand, the blade on the left side would look like the one on the right side.
So are you describing a pair of scissors that's blunted in some way that you'd have in your trauma box?
I don't know what you mean by blunted.
Well, you can have scissors that are sharp and pointy, right?
Yes.
And you can have scissors that are blunt like this, right?
You're talking on the left-hand side?
Well, both sides appear to be rounded or blunt, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that term.
Do you have children, firefighter?
No, sir.
You'd agree with me that pointy scissors can poke someone, they can stab someone, they can cause harm to them because they're so pointy.
If you're talking about a normal pair of scissors, yes.
And that, direct your attention to these trauma shears. You'd agree with me that the reason for the bluntness of the trauma shears and this little, I'll call it a lip on the bottom, is so that you can cut clothes off and not cut the skin beneath, correct?
Yes.
It's a safety feature.
Yes.
And the fact that it's blunt, that's what makes it safer.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's something similar going on here as far as these being blunt, they're not sharp, and that if you were attempting to make a cut on a particular part, for example, the perineum, that this would provide protection to other parts of the body, or in this case, the child.
Yes.
And you don't have scissors like this in your trauma kit.
No, sir.
If you had scissors like this in the trauma kit, would you have provided them to Mrs. Hock when you understood that she was going to attempt an episiotomy?
We wouldn't carry scissors like that because per our protocol, we're not allowed to do episiotomies.
But in your opinion, would this be more appropriate than taking a scalpel to the perineum in this situation where the baby's neck and head is right there?
I'd object to beyond this witness's knowledge. He says he isn't trained on it. He doesn't know the answer to this question.
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I do not know.
Well, you'd agree with me that the way this baby was presented, with only her head inside the vaginal cavity, that the perineum would be in close physical proximity to the neck or head of that child.
Yes.
And that if you took an open blade, a scalpel, close to the head or neck of a child and attempted to make a cut, that there's a risk that you would cut the child.
I have no idea how to do an episiotomy or what the procedures are for an episiotomy, so I cannot answer that question.
Your testimony today is that a scalpel that doesn't have these safety features, that's a naked blade, doesn't carry more risk for collateral damage than the use of a tool that's specifically designed to prevent that?
Again, I do not know how an episiotomy is performed.
Firefighter, you testified that 2 trauma shears were provided
Yes.
and that one was broken.
Yes.
Did you get that broken trauma shear back?
Do not know.
When you end your shift or you end a call, is someone expected to take an inventory of that trauma box?
Yes.
Was that done?
I do not remember.
Do you recall if trauma scissors were replaced in that box?
I do not remember.
You testified that you have no idea how to perform an episiotomy. And I believe you also testified that a scalpel would be more effective.
Based off what I know about episiotomies, yes.
So, but you're unable to render opinion you're able to render an opinion that a scalpel is more effective than an episiotomy based on what you know, but you're unable to have an opinion about whether a scalpel or what I've shown you as episiotomy scissors would be more effective or more safe.
I have not been trained how to do episiotomies. I've never seen an episiotomy done, so I have no idea what tools they use to complete that procedure.
About how long did it take to attempt this episiotomy?
We didn't attempt that. I don't. Again, I was over with the OB kit, so I do not know.
But you handed the scissors.
I don't remember if it was myself or someone else.
When you were responding to the call, you learned over radio that the feet and at least part of the torso had already emerged, correct?
I would have to hear a recording of the 911 call. The only thing that I remember specifically is they said the feet had been delivered.
And it's your protocol responding to such an incident where there's a breech birth that you should transport as soon as possible?
Yes.
How long were you at the house before transfer was initiated?
I'd have to look at the the report to be official, but it was somewhere between probably 5 and 8 minutes-ish.
Once you got into the ambulance, you attempted to help Emily give birth to her child.
Yes.
And once the child was born, you testified that initially it had good color?
When it was born, no.
No. What type of mask did you attempt the resuscitation on the child?
No.
Do you remember who did that?
I know Dave was doing the chest compressions, and I don't know who was doing the ventilations.
What type of mask and do you carry that would have been used in this situation?
It's the initials, and what we normally refer to it as is called the BVM, and that stands for bag valve mask.
And you just have one type of mask?
No, we've got one for infants, we've got one for pediatrics, and we've got one for adults.
Do you have one specifically for neonates, for newborn infants?
We do, yes.
Is that the one that was used?
I do not recall.
Can you tell me what the normal respiration rate for a neonate is?
40 to 60.
How does that differ from a child?
A child's going to be 30 to 40. Well, it depends on the age of the child.
Would you agree with me that when you arrived, it was your hope that that baby would be delivered as soon as possible?
Yes.
And you agree with me that everything you did was for the purpose of delivering that baby?
Yes.
Was the bot, when you arrived, was the bot brought immediately up?
No.
Someone had to go get that bot?
Yes.
How fast can you transfer, all things being equal, how fast can you load and transport a patient or get them into the ambulance from the scene?
It depends on the situation.
Are you trained to do that quickly?
Again, it depends on the situation.
In a situation like this, the physical act of loading Emily No onto the bot and taking her to the ambulance, how long did that take?
I do not recall the exact time frame, but it's going to probably be 2 to 3 minutes.
May I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm handing you a patient care report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the report that you signed off on after this incident?
Indirectly, I signed off on it, but it was not my, I am not the one that filled out the patient care report.
Is your signature, is one of these your signature?
Mm-mm.
Whose signatures are those?
This one looks like Dave Hurd. Oh, I'm assuming that's probably somebody from the hospital.
Okay. Well, you contributed to this report being made.
Correct, my name's on the front page.
I'd like to offer this report as Defense Exhibit 132.
Objection, hearsay.
Firefighter, are you a mandatory reporter?
Yes.
Is your understanding that being a mandatory reporter requires you to report suspected child abuse to a law enforcement agent?
Yes.
Did you make a report to law enforcement agent in this case?
No.
Did you cause a report to be made in this case?
No.
If I could have a moment.
appreciate that. Thank you.
And forgive me if you answered this and I didn't quite understand. What was your role in the ambulance when EMS was trying to help Emily deliver her baby?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. You weren't holding one of the legs, correct?
No, sir.
And you weren't one of the people who was there ready or who was supporting the baby, keeping pressure off of that umbilical cord?
Correct.
You were an observer?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what you saw, again, when the resuscitation was being attempted? How was the baby positioned?
On its back.
And chest compressions were being done?
Correct.
How were those being administered?
Via 2 fingers on the sternum.
And was an IO considered for this child?
The delivery literally happened while we were on UNMC property, so we immediately took the child and mother into the ER.
No further questions.
It stands for intraosseous,
What does that mean?
where you're putting a needle into a bone.
You talked about not using the suction to the mouth and nose, and that you did not do that. Why did you not do that?
Because we did not have any access.
I'm talking about after the child is born.
Again, because we were already on it. The delivery happened as we were backing into the ER.
Okay. So you were getting Vera and her mom Emily to the hospital staff as soon as you could.
Yes.
Okay. I know you don't have any episiotomy experience. We had a number of questions about these sharp scissors, blunt stickers, scissors, and scalpel. If you were wanting to cut through tissue, skin, and muscle, knowing what you know about the trauma shears and the scalpel, which one would you want to use to be able to effectively cut through muscle?
Again, like you stated, I have no idea how an episiotomy works, but I would assume if you are cutting through skin, like you see on TV when they're doing surgeries, they use a scalpel to cut through skin.
So it was just your logic thinking that if you're going to cut through something, you need something sharper than trauma shears. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. There are some questions about being a mandatory reporter. When you were at the scene, did you have information about how much time had passed between knowledge of the breech presentation versus calling 911?
Did not, no.
Okay. So when this whole thing was over, did you have concerns about what might have gone wrong during this delivery at that home?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your concern a child abuse concern or a practicing medicine without a license concern?
I don't think either, because I did not know until after the fact what had transpired.
Okay. So well after the fact, after you've already turned the two patients over to the hospital, and so at that point the hospital's involved, that's when you started to get information fed to you about what might have transpired at the house?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Can we step down? You're done? Thank you. Take your water with you, please.
Thanks.
I always forget.
May I get my next witness?
You may. Before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please sit it. And the statement proceed.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Katherine Lessman, Lessman,
How are you employed?
at Nebraska Medicine and UNMC, co-employed.
What do you do at Nebraska Medicine and UNMC?
I am an academic obstetrician and assistant professor.
What does it mean to be an academic obstetrician and an assistant professor?
It means I am responsible for taking care of patients and having a clinical practice, but also involved in education of medical students and residents.
Okay. I can identify this because I'm one of them, but you're a fast talker. So I know the court reporter will appreciate it if you just try to slow down a little bit. So I want to talk a little bit about your education. Why don't you take me through where it began? Let's start with college.
I went to Truman State University in Kirksville, Missouri, and then University of Nebraska College of Medicine, and finally trained at St. Louis University in obstetrics and gynecology.
What was your bachelor's degree in?
It was a Bachelor of Arts in Biology.
Okay. And where did you say you trained in obstetrics and gynecology?
St. Louis University.
Okay. Tell us how that works. So you go college, you do med school, and then you do this training. Tell me what that entails.
So residency, the duration of residency is generally specialty specific, though there is some variability from one program to another in some specialties. But OBGYN residency is pretty much always a 4-year training program, after which a trainee is considered eligible to sit before the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology for certification.
So you have to complete that residency before you can be certified in obstetrics?
Correct.
Okay. By the time you get out of med school and you're into the residency, are you considered a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. But you just don't hold that board certification of obstetrics yet?
Correct.
Okay. That word's hard to say. I'm going to struggle with that. So tell me about, well, first of all, why did you choose St. Louis University?
So there is a match program at the end of medical school where applicants apply to several programs, are offered a number of interviews, and then after the interview process, the applicants all create their match list, the programs all create their match list, and the College of Graduate Medical Education, the American College of Graduate Medical Education, the ACGME, has a match system that matches the applicants to their programs, and so St. Louis University was the program that I matched into. I had applied to that program for several reasons, including that my husband is from St. Louis.
Okay. And so I gather by the time you finished medical school, OBGYN, I think that will be easier for me to pronounce, OBGYN was the area you wanted to pursue.
Yes.
So tell me about the residency. What kind of things did you do?
See, residency in OBGYN it includes quite a bit of training in obstetrics and gynecology, so that also includes high-risk obstetrics and urogynecology, gynecologic oncology, adolescent gynecology.
So how do you train in these areas? Are you literally just in the hospital doing your work, or are you in clinics where you're seeing maternity mothers come in? What are you doing?
All of those things. So residency is typically divided into rotations, and so each resident follows a curriculum of core rotations that are required. So for instance, an intern may start on labor and delivery, and in the first 6 months probably have a month of nights, 1 or 2 months of labor and delivery, a month of outpatient, and a month of gynecology, with each 6 to 12 months being designed to reach core goals.
And you must have someone supervising you, is that fair to say?
That is what my job is now, that you always have faculty supervision.
Okay. you said something about had experience or training in high-risk obstetrics. What exactly is high-risk obstetrics?
So also known as perinatology. So there is also a subspecialty after OBGYN residency of maternal fetal medicine, or MFM. And so high-risk OB, MFM, and perinatology are generally interchangeable terms. That said, many generalist OBGYNs, people who did not also fulfill subspecialty training in MFM, are qualified to handle many high-risk obstetric patients, knowing their limits and when to consult or transfer to MFM. So, for instance, somebody may become high-risk when they develop gestational diabetes or preeclampsia, but any generalist would be more than qualified to handle those high-risk conditions.
Okay. And other high risk, probably age of mother, maybe? Is that something that's considered high risk?
It is.
Okay.
It is, but not in a way that typically needs to transfer to MFM.
Okay, all right. So can you put a number on how many labors and deliveries during that time in residency and internship at St. Louis that you would have been watching or part of? Is it just an impossible number to even?
At that time, I had to track it, and I knew it to be in the hundreds.
Okay.
I don't know the number.
Okay, that's fair. So you completed the internship and residency. I gather that's when you're then eligible to sit for your boards. Is that correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sorry. Yes, written boards immediately at the end of training, and then oral boards into a couple years of practice.
Okay, so written boards, did you pass those written boards?
Yes,
And then you have to practice for a while, and then you have to do oral boards?
correct.
What is the oral boards?
So oral boards is a 3-hour experience where you sit in front of 3 sets of 2 experts in the field for an hour apiece, and they have the opportunity to review your case list, which you've accumulated over the prior year in practice, and excuse me, and also quiz you on select cases that the Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology has put together for that exam, deeming you to be ready for full licensure or not.
Did you pass your oral boards?
I did.
Okay. And it was at that point you were fully licensed?
Yes.
With board certification in obstetrics and gynecology?
Yes.
What year was that?
2016? Yes.
So,
Right after my daughter was born, 2016.
okay. So from the time you graduate from med school until you're board certified, you're doing your internship and residency, and actually I believe working as well. Are you considered an OB doctor or a gynecologist before you're board certified?
Yes.
Okay. So are there some doctors that practice as OBGYNs and they aren't actually board certified?
Yes, that is state by state and hospital by hospital. There are hospitals around the country that will employ and malpractice providers who will contract with physicians that don't have their board certification, but they are not the majority.
Okay. And they call themselves gynecologists?
They will have had to complete the OBGYN residency,
Okay.
and they would have had to take the written board exam.
Okay. So you could call yourself a gynecologist after that written exam?
After the written exam, you are a board eligible OBGYN instead of a board certified OBGYN.
And is it fair to say after the written, the expectation is that you get to the oral boards? That's the idea? You pass that and then you move on to that?
That is the expectation of most employers, and it's usually written into contracts that you will sit for your exam within eligibility. And you have, I think, 7 years of board eligibility before you have to retake the written test.
So you passed all that, and at this point it's proper to call you an OB, obstetrics, gynecology doctor?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So now let's take, after your internship at residency, what did you do next?
I went to Washington State and was in private practice for 3.5 years.
What does it mean to be in private practice?
So it's private practice or academia. Those are the two choices.
Okay. And were you in private practice in the area of OBGYN?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a situation where you saw patients in your office and took care of pregnant mothers?
Pregnant mothers, gynecology patients, performed surgery.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And did that include then doing the delivery portion of it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in a private office, but you can deliver babies in the hospital?
Correct. It was a hospital-employed position.
Okay. How long were you there?
About 3.5 years.
Okay. Can you put a number, and I know I didn't tell you I was asking these questions, can you put a number on how many babies you might have delivered during that time period in your career?
Probably an average of about 12 a month.
Okay.
So not doing
and
the
I'll-
multiplication quickly enough.
I guess I'll just ask the overall question now. To date, can you put a number on how many? Because I'm going to get to it anyway, so I'll just jump to it. How many labor and deliveries do you think you've been a part of?
I think in my defense deposition, I tried to estimate that number and had to use a calculator because I think we said about 1,200 to 1,500.
Okay.
If you include labors that I was involved in, but then transitioned to care
Okay.
prior to delivery, it's more than that.
All right, fair. Then you leave Washington, and where do you go after that?
To Nebraska Medicine.
And what year was that?
That I started that employment February 1st, 2017.
And in 2017, what were you hired to do at Nebraska Medicine?
The same position I'm in now, assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology.
Okay. In that role, do you continue to see patients?
Yes.
Do you consider see patients by yourself, or are you overseeing people?
I both see patients independently and I oversee resident physicians.
And by patients, you're seeing OBGYN patients, correct?
Yes.
Is that- And you see them through delivery?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that always the case, though? Do you see a patient that you may not be able to be part of that delivery because you're not working that day, or you're out of town, or what have you?
So we do have a group model, and so we're on when we're on and off when we're off. So I may have a labor patient this morning, and in that case, my partner would cover that. Tonight, I will be the labor and delivery coverage person, and so I will expect my partners to check out their patients to me, and I will cover any deliveries or I will supervise any deliveries that occur in the hospital tonight that are for the generalist group and from the MFM group at Nebraska Medicine, and I will also be in a supervisory role for any clinical nurse midwife deliveries.
Okay. Tell me about, first, before we get to the, did you say clinical students and nurse midwives? Or what did you say, deliveries?
So for the generalist group, the regular OBGYN group from Nebraska Medicine, and for the MFM group, I would directly participate in those deliveries. And for the nurse midwife group, in a supervisory role. There are a couple other groups that also deliver in the hospital. I would not be responsible for those patients.
Okay. Let's talk about the first group you talked about.
Mhm.
Who are those folks that you're supervising?
So I'm supervising the residents, but taking care of the patients are from our OBGYN group. So while I've been there, we've oscillated between about 8 and 11 OBGYNs who see obstetric patients.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 97. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's my CV.
And is this the most recent CV you have available that you sent to us?
Yes.
Exhibit 97.
Any objection, 97? 97 is received.
Dr. Lessman, do you answer your questions in the microphone?
Yes.
Or the microphone also moves, so you can move it over.
Thank you.
I want to talk about your training specific to breech deliveries. Have you had training specific to breech deliveries?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So in residency, training is informal didactic environments, simulated deliveries, and lecture format. It also is often done less formally. For instance, after rounds, it's normal to discuss upcoming cases and challenging points from those cases. And in my residency experience, we had a couple MFMs who this was one of their favorite teaching points. And so to go through the breech maneuvers in detail before any breech cesarean or other anticipated breech would be a very regular thing.
Okay. And why is it right? Is it fair to say that, well, no, just tell me, are breeches kind of rare?
It ends up, so malpresentation is approximately 3% of term births and more common in multiple gestation and in preterm births.
So that doesn't sound like it comes up very often, but there's still a lot of emphasis put on training regarding breech?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why is that?
Preparation for emergencies.
Okay. So how do you practice these or learn these maneuvers? Well, first of all, what do you mean when you say maneuver?
So, so a lot of these are named maneuvers, but the maneuvers in which to deliver a baby with minimal trauma. So after the breech is lifted out of, so in the event of a cesarean birth, you would typically deliver the hips to the incision, bring those up through the incision, sweep the legs across the body, deliver those, bring the baby to the scapula, back up, sweep the arms across the body like this, and then flex the head with some pressure from above on the abdomen and pressing against the cheeks to raise the baby out of the incision.
Okay. So that's the maneuver you're doing to take a breech baby via cesarean section?
And very similar in a second twin, which would also be considered a breech extraction.
Okay. So are you trained on maneuvers of how to vaginally deliver a breech baby?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about that.
So the process of delivering legs and arms and head are very, very similar, with the possible exceptions of nuchal arms and maneuvers that are necessary for that. And so that is, those are drills that we would run over.
You said nuchal arms?
That's what they're called, even though it's not technically around the neck. But when the arm is trapped, so trained in how to minimize the risk of that happening and then how to free the arms and then bring them around the body if that were to occur.
Can you spell nuchal for the court reporter?
Nuchal.
Okay. So what it seems like you're describing is literally a situation, if someone's laboring, that you're reaching all the way up inside the mother to move things around. Is that what you're describing?
So what I initially described was in a cesarean.
Okay.
A second twin is the other time that comes up with reasonable frequency. And that one, yes, we are reaching in to find and bring down the feet, which is different than a singleton breech delivery would be.
And why is that different?
Because the cervix was opened by the first twin.
Okay, all right. A lot more room coming in after the second one. And fair to say, and is that yes?
Yes.
And fair to say, first twin might have come out head first, and the next one maybe coming out feet first.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, what about maneuvers as far as during the laboring process of just putting the mother in a position better able to deliver?
For a breech or for?
For a breech, do you learn things like that about how to put the woman into a better position to labor and deliver the baby?
So, where I trained most situations, yes, we do. Yes. And how to open the hips maximally.
Okay. And are those the same sort of maneuvers you would do on a normal birth as well?
Yes. And those overlap largely with shoulder dystocia, because if you are worried about a large part of the fetal head or body not coming through the pelvis, how to open the pelvis is the same.
Have you ever had to help with a baby being born breech and being born vaginally, not going in and doing a C-section?
So that has not been within the standard of care for all of my training and for the majority of my years of practice. And so most of the all of the singleton vaginal breaches that I have been involved with directly have been so premature that cesarean would not have necessarily been helpful to their outcome.
Okay. Have you ever observed or helped deliver vaginally a full-term breech baby?
Personally, I have not.
Okay. Is that pretty rare to happen in a hospital setting?
It really is. And discussing that with a few of my partners in anticipation of this, my partner who trained at the exact same time has also not done a singleton-term breech delivery.
Why is that?
Because it wasn't within the standard of care for the duration of until very recently.
So if a woman presents during the maternity time period, seeing you as a doctor, preparing for delivery, and she presents the baby breech, do you counsel towards cesarean section rather than doing a vaginal delivery?
So it depends on gestational age. Around 35 or 36 weeks, we should, as obstetricians, know the presentation of any singleton pregnancy, of any pregnancy. And for a baby that is not vertex, we would discuss external cephalic version versus cesarean delivery.
And what is that?
External cephalic version is a procedure done on labor and delivery that physically tries to rotate the baby into a head-down position.
And is that something literally the doctor is physically, I'm sure pushing isn't the right description, but maybe it is, on the mom's abdomen and just trying to flip the baby from manipulating the outside?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. And that's to make that vaginal birth easier, get the head in the right position.
Correct.
Okay.
And safer.
All right. Safer than what?
Safer than, well, honestly, safer than cesarean or breech delivery.
Right. So good option if you're doing ultrasounds and you discover you have a breech baby, trying to get it in that place.
It doesn't always work, and it is uncomfortable, and so it's not the option that is selected by every mother, but it needs to be discussed.
Okay. What do you use the phrase needs to be discussed? Tell me about why things are needed to be discussed when it comes to maternity.
So that women know their options and the risks and benefits associated with them.
Ultimately, is it their decision?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I think this question goes without asking, but I'm going to ask it because I'm afraid I didn't ask correctly. I mean, we've kind of been talking about you're taking care of patients, and you've said you've never vaginally delivered a breech baby because it sounds like you counsel and different things can help them through that. Have you ever had a circumstance in an emergency room where someone has arrived so far along into that breech delivery that cesarean is no longer an option, and you just it's a point of no return where it has to be a vaginal birth?
Most obstetricians expect to encounter that once in their career, and certainly one of my younger partners has had that happen once. I have not.
Okay. And I guess I use the words point of no return, but is there a point of no return where, okay, there's no longer a cesarean option?
Well, there has been, I would argue yes. So if you have part of the baby delivered, then you are in, well, there is prior description of pushing the baby back into the uterus. There is very real risk of trauma to that, and that I think most obstetricians would find it safer to continue the vaginal delivery than to replace the baby into the uterus.
That's an option to replace into the uterus and then come out via cesarean section?
It is a dangerous but described option.
Okay. Nothing you've ever seen or done?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to get then to, you were talking about overseeing the licensed nurse practitioner midwives. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that program at the Med Center.
So we do have a group of, I believe we have 5 right now, clinical nurse midwives who are also in group practice. We share office space with them, and we are in a supervisory role. I was asked to estimate the number of deliveries they do, and I wasn't sure what that was, but in discussion with one of them, it ranges between 20 and 30% of all the deliveries done in Nebraska Medicine.
Okay. Pretty good size number, really.
Yes.
So what is your role in supervising?
So it largely comes down to hospital bylaws that Nebraska Medicine does not grant them admitting privileges, and so we are responsible for supervising their admissions and procedures, signing off on their notes, making sure that they are continuing to practice within the standard of care. But it is very rare that I need to intervene without invitation. I may be invited to assess for a non-reassuring heart tone pattern, or because the second stage of labor is becoming prolonged and they suspect that either the baby is not going to fit or maternal exhaustion is a forceps, and we should assess, or is a factor, and we should assess for possible operative delivery.
Okay. So a normal, everything goes okay delivery, while you're overseeing it, you're never meeting that mother, never meeting the baby?
No.
Okay, all right. In those cases where things go awry, the nurse midwives might call you in to assess the situation?
Correct.
Okay. And in those circumstances, is that where you do the informing them about the options of what to do next?
Yes.
Okay. So can a mother at the UNMC continue to labor and deliver with the nurse midwife, even if you're counseling and saying this needs to be a C-section or this needs to be forceps used or what have you?
Yes, she can.
Okay. All right. Do you take that counseling seriously when you're talking to the mother about that?
Always.
Why do you take it seriously?
Because I want the best for her and her baby. And
Do you think it's important for her to know all the options?
yes, all the reasonable options within the standard of care, yes.
All right. Do you get down right to explaining, fair to say it might be when you're meeting that patient, it's first the first time you're meeting that woman, right?
Yes.
Something's gone wrong. And so let's use an example of a breech delivery. And it's learned that baby is breech. Do you explain all the different kinds of breech presentations, all the things that might go wrong with that breech delivery?
Usually we don't need to get into that level of detail. If a midwife patient has a breech, or if a midwife patient is breech, usually that has been recognized again around 35, 36 weeks, and usually we're first encountering that patient in the office, again, like we would our own, discussing here is what a version would mean, here is what a breech cesarean would mean. If she continued to ask questions, we would absolutely all honor them and follow her lead in addressing her concerns and as much information as she wanted. But no, for most patients, they don't require or even ask for that level of detail.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about breech presentation before we get to the actual facts of this case. You used a word. You have already used the word singleton. What is that?
It means only one baby. It means not a twin or triplet.
Okay. You also use the word vertex presentation. What does that mean?
Head down.
Okay. Are there different kinds of breech presentations?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Let's start with incomplete. Is that a type of breech presentation?
Yes, incomplete could, groups both footling and double footling and means that the feet are coming before the hips.
Okay. Footling and double footling, that means 1 foot or 2 foot,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, so grouped together to be incomplete.
All right. So legs before the hips, it sounds like literally, are you describing a kind of a fully extended baby, feet are coming straight out, knees after that, butt after that, so on and so forth up to the head?
Yes, it could also just be one leg down.
Okay. So tell me about that. If it's that footling breech, you got one leg down, where's that second leg potentially at during that incomplete breech?
So just by how uncomfortable it is to the baby, usually that would also be flexed at the knee. Theoretically, it could also be extended.
Literally flipped up like the baby's in the splits or something?
Yes,
Okay.
but usually they're more together.
Okay. But for whatever reason, one foot's coming out and the second isn't yet.
Yes,
Okay.
one or both. Mhm.
And then we have, if there's incomplete breech, I think there must be a complete breech. Is that right?
Yes,
All
that
right.
is when the hips are flexed and the legs are flexed. So crisscross applesauce, if you will.
Okay. So kind of coming out butt and feet at the same time.
Yes.
Legs are crossed up.
Mhm.
Okay. And in that again, then you have the waist, shoulders, head on up in that order.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes,
All right. Then is there something called a frank breech?
there is.
What is a frank breech?
That is when legs are fully extended, so basically feet in the baby's face,
Okay. Completely folded up.
completely folded in a pike position.
So babe is going to come out butt first and kind of legs and head at the same time?
Pretty much. So once the baby's belly is delivering, you're waiting until the knees are accessible to deliver the legs.
Okay. So literally if the knees are accessible, you might help pull those legs out?
So as the baby is, you probably won't need to if you get to the point where the knees are well out, then you may flex those legs to deliver them. But mostly in that case, you're waiting and letting the baby deliver itself.
Okay. You want it to go as naturally as you can.
Mhm.
All right. Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. So is one of those breeches, incomplete, complete, or frank, is one of those a safer breech to deliver vaginally?
So frank is by far the safest, followed by complete, and incomplete breech is dangerous.
Okay. And would you use the word dangerous to describe complete and frank breeches as well?
Those are relative contraindications, but anyone who's the credentialing bodies find an incomplete breech to be an absolute contraindication to a planned breech delivery.
And what do you mean by contraindication?
So you're taking on a far greater level of risk with an incomplete breech than you would be with a complete or certainly with a frank. And complete is more toward frank in risk assessment, but it is still higher risk than a frank breech.
Okay. So that incomplete breech, is that going to be a lot more counseling and explanation to the couple?
They would be very strongly steered away from a vaginal breech delivery and with a lot of discussion of risk of cord prolapse and head entrapment.
Okay. All right. We're going to get to that in a minute, but I want to get back to why is that frank breech the safest breech of the three?
A couple of reasons. So in a term fetus, the head, the bony skull is the widest, firmest part. The belly is far more compressible, as are the shoulders. And if you include the legs in the diameter of the abdomen together, you're doing you're far closer to the diameter of the head. And so as you're opening the cervix in the birth control, you're preparing the space for the inflexible aftercoming head.
Okay. Which is, of course, why it's so important to get the head out first, right? That's the hardest part to get out?
That's why we like them to be head down, yes.
Okay. All right. So basically in that frank position, that's sort of approaching, getting close to the diameter needed to get the head through.
Yes.
Versus if all you've gotten through is your feet and the body coming out, you're sending through the skinniest, most pliable part of that baby before you ever even start to working on the head.
Yes, that is a recipe for a head entrapment.
Okay. All right. What is head entrapment?
Head entrapment is when the body delivers and the head gets stuck. It's like the opposite of a shoulder dystocia and a head down delivery where the head comes out but the body doesn't. And so, yeah, when at the head entrapment, the body fails to deliver with usual maneuvers, and the head could be stuck on the perineal skin, the bones of the pelvis, or it could be stuck in the cervix.
Ms. Jacobson?
I think we're up to our mid-morning recess, so
All
we'll
right.
be in recess for 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
just hit?
All right, we're back on the record in State versus Hock. You may proceed, Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. You said a couple things here, and so I want to go back and hit them before we get to what happened in this case. And I think what I want to talk about, there's three issues I want to hit here. So first I want to talk about kind of basic anatomy a little bit so we can understand, because you've talked about the cervix and different things. So if we start at the top, for lack of a better description, we have the baby in the uterus, right? In utero. Okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tell me the pathway from uterus on out through the birth canal out into the world. Can you describe what that is?
So the cervix is the bottom of the uterus, and that is what people measure in labor when they say closed 2 centimeters, 10 centimeters. And so coming from the uterus through the cervix into the vagina and then out the introitus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, out the...
Introitus, INTROITUS.
And so the cervix, when people are talking about how far, if someone is 10 centimeters dilated, are they talking about the cervix?
Yes.
So that cervix needs to dilate and open in order for the baby to exit its mother. Fair to
Correct.
say? All right.
Correct.
So where does we have had some testimony about water breaking. Tell me about the water breaking. What are we talking about?
So the amnion is the sac of water around the baby. And the technical term for water breaking is amniotomy, and that can happen spontaneously. You've got spontaneous rupture of membranes, or it can be iatrogenic, done by a physician or midwife or even nurse, and that's artificial rupture of membranes.
So when you say the sac around the baby, so is the baby not actually floating in the water? I mean, there's actually a sac protecting that water, and that's wrapping around the baby? Is that what you're describing?
So the sac encompasses the baby and the water. So it's the bag of water.
Okay, all right. Is it typical that water breaks, when we hear the phrase water breaks, is it typical that happens before or during, when does that water breaking happen?
Only 5% of the time does water break before labor starts. Usually it breaks or is broken sometime in the course of labor. Very rarely it doesn't break, and that is considered an on-call EN space CAUL delivery, where then water is broken immediately after delivery. But usually it breaks sometime during the course of labor. From a very practical perspective, baby's head or presenting part puts more pressure on the cervix if the water is not there as a buffer. Additionally, practically, if a patient is ready to push and the bag breaks, you will get doused.
Okay, sure. So it can kind of happen anytime during that labor?
It can.
All right. And that pressure on the head on the cervix helps pressure and push the cervix open a little bit?
It helps the contractions to be more effective.
Okay. So we've also heard something about Ms. Hogg doing a check. What does it mean to check a laboring mom to figure out what's going on?
Usually it's the first 2 fingers of the examiner's dominant hand through the vagina and then palpating the cervix, feeling the cervix. My hands aren't very long, so if I can only use 1 finger, it's my longest finger, to feel into the cervix to see how many fingers dilated. So the width of my finger is 1 centimeter, 2 is some wiggle room, 3 is side by side, 4, 5, and so on. For practical purposes, 9 is a thin rim of cervix, and 10 is no more cervix, not literal measurements. But in so doing, you're also feeling the bag of water or presenting part. And so usually you're feeling the baby's scalp and probably some hair. If there is something different, you may feel a brow or the side of the the head, which would be called asynclitic. You may feel the breech, the cord, a hand, or a foot.
Okay. So when we've talked about these different kind of breech presentations, and it sounds like in typical situations, you know what that breech presentation looks like because you've done an ultrasound or something like that.
Yes.
So you know if it's looking to be an incomplete breech, complete breech, or a frank breech. Fair to say?
Yes, in modern obstetrics, usually we've compared that assessment with an ultrasound.
So when you're doing this check and you're reaching up there and you say you're feeling things, I can appreciate how you're saying you feel a head, you maybe feel some hair, but how do you know when you are reaching whether you're feeling a foot or a hand or the butt or whatever?
Because it literally feels like a tiny hand. You can feel fingers, you can feel toes, you can feel the structure of the foot, you can feel the texture and pulse of the cord.
Okay. And so as a baby's being born and at the cervix, down there in a position to come out or starting to come out, I mean, it's literally that. There's enough room in there that you can just feel it.
So by the time you can see or feel baby, that's much later in the game.
Okay.
Before you would start pushing, you would usually assess one more time to make sure the cervix is entirely gone.
Okay.
And that, yes.
Because you wouldn't want a mom to push too early.
No, that risks other trouble.
And you would want to check and make sure you're still head presentation.
Yes, it is possible for the presentation to change during labor.
Okay. And if that presentation changes, for instance, if you think you have a vertex presentation, but it's changed and you've reached up there and you feel a foot, for instance, do you have an opinion as to whether the counseling of the mother should change at that point?
If there was a foot...
And that's just, do you have an opinion to that?
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion on that?
That it would no longer, that it would then be safer to recommend a cesarean delivery over a vaginal delivery.
Okay. And would you have that conversation with the mother?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of things would you tell her?
Well, in practical terms, it would say, if you feel a foot or a breech, then you would say, hey, this is what I think I feel. Bring the ultrasound in and verify that. And if you felt a cord, that would be an entirely different thing because that would be far more urgent. A cord prolapse is far more dangerous to the baby, and so you don't have the luxury of those other steps.
Okay. What is a cord prolapse?
A cord prolapse is when the cord precedes the presenting part in a delivery or in labor at any point.
And by presenting part, you mean the first part that's going to come out?
Yes, the first part of the baby.
So cord coming out first is extremely dangerous, you're saying?
So yes, if it comes through the cervix, it is a cord prolapse. If it's just immediate to that, it's called a FUNIC, F-U-N-I-C presentation.
Okay. And so explain what that danger is, the cord's out first.
So you expect the cord to get significantly pinched, and that is not good for baby. Sometimes you may also get vessel spasm through the process, and that's, again, not allowing adequate oxygenation of the baby.
And that the baby needs that cord for oxygenation and
Yes.
to survive?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in addition to the breech warnings you're giving to the mother, you're giving some specific warnings about a prolapse cord.
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, doctor, if a baby's coming out, feet first, butt first, whatever direction, just by logic tells me that the cord is eventually going to come out before the head.
Yes.
Because the cord's at the belly button. No way head gets out unless the cord's out.
Correct.
Okay. So what is the difference? Why the cord coming out first instead of maybe here come the feet and then finally the cord? Why is that more dangerous, that cord coming out first? Just because there's more time to get pinched or what?
Yes, you expect that the delivery of the body will compress that cord during delivery, whereas you expect the cord to deliver after or with the legs. And in fact, the instruction is to pull out a loop of cord and then let it go, taking the tension off the cord. But it's not nearly as compressed by the belly as it would be by the hips.
So again, those wider parts, hips are going to give it problems, and then certainly the end of it, the head's going to give it a lot of problems if it's prolapsed. All right. So then you also talked about something, risk of head entrapment. What's head entrapment?
Head is when the head fails to deliver after the body has.
Okay. And what happens during head entrapment?
So the risk is that the baby is basically suffocating, that adequate oxygenation is not getting to baby's brain.
And where do you get that oxygenation?
Well, through the cord. But also you're literally putting pressure on the neck at that time too.
Okay. And again, same logic, that cord, the cord's connected to the placenta.
Yes.
And so the cord is not going to come out until the baby's out and until the placenta is out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I mean the cord is literally attached to the belly button, and so it's still going to be passing by alongside the head at some point to get back to the placenta.
If you have the added, well, I'll get to that. Okay. And these risks you're talking about are the risks for all the breech presentations. Is that true?
Head entrapment is always a risk, yes. And cord prolapse is always a risk. They certainly vary by type of breech.
Okay. All right. So all right, I want to direct you to June 15th, 2019. Were you working at the hospital on that date?
I was.
Which hospital?
Nebraska Medicine.
Where's Nebraska Medicine located?
42nd and Dewey, thereabouts. 42nd and Dodge.
All right. At some point, did you get called to the emergency department regarding an emergency?
Yes, I was on call that evening, and so was the obstetrician in-house, and an OB-RRT alpha was called, so rapid response alpha. We have an alpha and a beta code. Alpha includes a baby, and B is for after delivery, and so that the OB-RRT pagers are held by myself, or the obstetrician on call, the upper level resident, the OB charge nurse, the OB scrub tech, the OB anesthesiologist, and the NICU team.
Okay.
And so we were all summoned together.
Do you all have a pager?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that the highest level of emergency situation as it relates to an OB situation?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
So we all came from our various places and met in the emergency room, and we preceded the patient there. We were told by the ER team when we got down there, term breech coming in, but is delivered.
It is delivered? But is delivered. Okay.
Term breech, partially delivered,
Okay.
coming in by squad.
All right. What happened next?
So we prepared appropriate instruments and waited for them to arrive.
What were the appropriate instruments you were getting?
So sterile gloves and Piper forceps at that point.
What are Piper forceps?
They are forceps specifically designed to deliver the aftercoming head in a breech delivery.
So those are maybe different forceps than you would use in a vertex delivery?
Correct.
All right. So you get these items ready, and I assume, are they down there in the emergency department somewhere?
Yes.
Easy to get to?
We had our cart right there.
Okay. All right. What happened next?
So our introduction to was Emily coming in on the stretcher and EMS giving chest compressions to the baby.
And for the record, you're squeezing your thumbs down on your hand?
Yes. Imitating neonatal chest compressions.
So chest compressions with babies are literally that, just you're using your hand and your thumbs.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next? Well, first I should ask you this. How did the baby look?
It looked purple and flaccid.
What does flaccid mean?
Very floppy.
Okay. And you've seen a lot of babies born. What color are babies when they're born?
Pinker than that.
Pinker than that. Okay. So you would use the color pink to describe a baby that came out healthy.
Yes. Admittedly, they do have some purple undertone initially, but yes.
So when you see the purple, what does that signal to you?
That is an anoxic baby, or likely anoxic.
What does anoxic mean?
Or hypoxic, I should say. Correct that to hypoxic. So low oxygen levels.
What happened next?
So we had the instruments to clamp the cord, and so we did doubly clamp and cut the cord very quickly. And the ER and NICU teams took the baby to another room for resuscitation. And we, as the OB team, my resident and I, and the scrub tech and charge nurse, with some ER team members, went into an exam room and did an initial assessment.
Okay. Got to back up and ask a couple questions there. So the baby went with, is the NICU people, or at this point emergency department people?
Both.
Both. Okay. That's an entire team too. Team for the baby and team for mom.
Yes.
Okay. You talked a moment ago, and I didn't follow up a question, but you were talking about a cord that you can tell whether I think there's a heartbeat or something with it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that. When everything is going fine and a baby's born, does that cord have some kind of heartbeat?
It does. You can feel the baby's pulse in the umbilical cord.
Is it actually the baby's pulse or mama's pulse?
Babies.
Okay. And on this cord, did you feel the baby's pulse?
So I don't remember assessing for that. Once you have the baby out, that so it's standard when everything is going smoothly to wait about 3 minutes to clamp and cut the cord, and we clamp and cut sooner if the cord has stopped pulsing, meaning there is no further transfusion from the placenta occurring to baby. In this case, baby was already needing very quick attention, and so to pause for attention to that was not something that we did.
Okay. So when a baby's being delivered, let's say a cord comes first, because fair to say you can have a prolapsed cord in a vertex presentation, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And so in that circumstance, you actually could feel that cord to see if it was getting prolapsed or getting squeezed by feeling whether it's beating. That would be a way you could assess it?
You can. You would still usually you would still expect some pulse in that cord depending on the level of compression.
All right. Okay, fair. All right, so your main worry at that point was to attend to Emily No, is that correct?
Well, very first to get baby to resuscitation, and then, yes,
Okay.
immediately after.
So where did you take Emily?
We initially took her into one of the exam rooms in the emergency room.
Was her husband Creighton there at that time?
I know he was with us after we took her upstairs to labor and delivery. I don't remember for sure if he stayed with Emily or if he went with the baby.
Okay, all right.
I think he did, but I'm not sure.
When do you remember first seeing him?
There are details of the various experiences which are still clear. I think he was in that exam room with us, and I think he was helping to calm her and helping her to answer questions, but I know that was true upstairs. I'm not certain of that in the emergency room.
Okay. All right, so you get to the exam room. Is this an exam room in the emergency department?
Yes, it is.
And what happens next?
So we asked initial questions, and the ER team got vitals, proved initial medical stability for mom. She consented to enough of an exam that we could see that she wasn't hemorrhaging and that the placenta was not yet ready to deliver.
I want to interrupt you because when I break it down, you said you had some initial questions. Is that right?
Yes.
Are those questions for the purpose of getting a history?
It's, yes, all of that would go into a history and physical, less on the details of what happened and more in things that we would need to know or could potentially need to know to keep her safe. For instance, there are hemorrhage meds that you wouldn't use if somebody had high blood pressure or asthma. So asking any health conditions that you have, and specifically those pertinent negatives.
So are those questions important for your medical diagnosis and what you do next to treat the patient?
They sure could be, yes.
Okay. So what questions do you remember initially asking and getting from her? What information?
So past medical, past surgical history, medications, allergies. I don't know if we would have been focused in on social history like tobacco, alcohol, and drugs, or family history at that time, because those are less likely to be dangerous to her in the medicines that we might need or how we would immediately treat her.
All right. What significant information did you get from her at that time that helped you in what you did next?
We learned that she had PTSD related to hospitals or the prior birth, that her prior baby had been born via C-section, and that was a traumatic experience for her. I remember getting various pieces of history for how long or when EMS was called, how long the head was trapped. We didn't spend a ton of time teasing out those details because they weren't going to change our management necessarily.
What information did you get from her?
It was 3.5 years ago. That she had this history of PTSD, that she, to my memory, did not have a history of high blood pressure or asthma, that she had the one C-section, that she had chosen, that this was a planned home birth.
Did she indicate to you how long she was aware the child was breech?
That was a thing that I think we got varying history at different times. I know that they knew from at least before they started pushing.
Learning that they knew breech before they started pushing, did you start to have some concerns about what happened during that process?
Yes. Yes, our immediate concerns for the health and stability of the mother were to make sure her vitals were stable, deliver the placenta, prepare the episiotomy, and assess for any other bleeding. But then we also were responsible as mandatory reporters for assessing whether or not this was something that we might need to report to authorities.
So I'm probably getting ahead of it. I think I asked the question too soon. So let's get back to repairing the episiotomy. Did that happen in the emergency department?
That did not.
Okay. So after you do this initial assessment, get all the vitals you need, was she taken up to labor and delivery?
She was.
And what happens up in labor and delivery?
In labor and delivery, we have a larger room with a smaller crowd and dimmer lights and the ability to just pace things in what we perceived to be a friendlier way. And then we could go, and that helped her to calm down to where she was able to discuss things a little bit more.
How was she? What was her demeanor in the emergency department when she first presented?
I know she was upset, which we interpreted to be worried about her child, who was not directly visible to us. And I remember our read on the situation to be that we should ask questions selectively, because she was not in a mental place to answer more than to have a relaxed conversation. So she was visibly upset.
Okay. Did things get calmed down a little more when you got to labor and delivery?
More so.
When you're caring for her there, were you getting any information on how Vera was doing, the baby?
I believe it was on the way up from the emergency room or leaving the emergency room that we were told, and she was told, we got a heartbeat back on the baby, and that it was in the labor and delivery room where the NICU team came back to give an update.
Okay. So she was, Emily was getting that information that there's a heartbeat back on the baby?
I believe so.
Okay.
We wouldn't have left her.
All right. When you heard getting a heartbeat back on the baby, was that a good sign to you or was that a worrisome sign?
It drove home how dire it was, because getting a heartbeat back implies that a heartbeat was indeed lost or not present on presentation.
Okay. All right. So, did she successfully deliver the placenta?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about that episiotomy. Tell me how that appeared to you.
So that was a midline episiotomy, and it was, as episiotomies go, a very small one. So we noted in the delivery record that we were able to repair it with a figure of 8, meaning 2 suture placements and a single knot, which is much smaller than we would expect for an episiotomy. It only included the skin and did not include the muscle layer.
Would that kind of episiotomy had any effect if it was only the skin?
Unlikely to. It's much smaller than any episiotomy Hay had ever seen.
To make it an effective episiotomy, what has to happen?
So usually the muscle layer would be disrupted.
Okay. And is the point of that to get more room?
Room for, often room to facilitate maneuvers.
Okay. And what do you mean by maneuvers?
That can be any number of things. So it's done more commonly in shoulder dystocia simply because shoulder dystocia is a more common occurrence. But to allow enough space for the examiner's hand or the delivering clinician's hand to move the shoulder or deliver the posterior arm. So in this case, to apply the forceps or perform lacerations on the cervix to facilitate delivery of the head.
Okay. So this shoulder thing you're talking about, meaning the head came through and the shoulders are some kind of not coming through correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So a while ago, you were talking about perinatal skin, bones of the pelvis, and stuck in the cervix.
Mm-hmm.
So are there circumstances under which during, and let's just talk about a breech birth like we have here, where we have entire body has presented, is out of the womb, all we have is the head is entrapped from the neck, entrapped in the woman's body. Are there different circumstances under which the episiotomy would work, and what do you have to know in order to do that?
So you need to know that the baby's head is not caught by the cervix. So even if it is an episiotomy, could be advantageous to help you gain access. But typically you can examine the cervix effectively without an episiotomy in most cases.
Okay. Let's say it's not the head that's I guess, and I'm layperson, right? But is a episiotomy ever for the purpose of just plain making enough room that now it can finish being delivered?
Yes, it can be.
Okay. And in that circumstance, is it because the cervix isn't what's strapping the head?
Yes.
Okay. So it might be the head's past the cervix, caught, you just need to cut through some muscle and tissue to give room for that head to come out.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said something about bones of the pelvis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
And that's that if the bones of the bones of your pelvis could actually be what's causing the baby to not come out.
They could be.
Okay. And in that circumstance, the episiotomy isn't going to do anything. You've got a bone structural problem.
That one is the one that is the scariest because it's the hardest to affect change in.
Okay. All right. At any rate, this was not in any way an effective episiotomy. Would you agree with that?
It was the smallest one I had ever seen.
Okay. What are you used to doing episiotomy? And have you done an episiotomy before?
I've done a handful over time.
Okay.
An average of less than one a year.
Oh, okay. What are you used to do the episiotomy?
Surgical scissors.
Okay. What are surgical scissors?
So there are a variety of different types. Technically, we'd use Mayo scissors just as a strong surgical scissor.
Are those scissors? Well, I'm going to show you some pictures we have in. Showing you. You've got two different kinds of scissors. First of all, 98. Do you recognize that those as trauma shears, or do you know what those are?
They sure look. I would believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a scissors you use in your work.
No.
Okay. Let me show you 131. Is that a kind of scissors you might use?
Excuse me, Ms. Jacobson. Can you put that on the screen so that we can see what she's looking at?
So that, with one flat side, looks similar to a bandage scissor. It's a little different than the ones we have on labor and delivery, but I would expect that to function as a bandage scissor. I'm not sure if that's the official name.
Okay. All right. So with the kind of scissors you use, is it sharp on both sides of the scissors for the episiotomy?
Yes,
Okay. And why is it important to be sharp on both sides?
because you're cutting through both sides of the tissue.
Okay. How do you prevent yourself from cutting the baby?
You literally put two fingers inside and use your fingers as a guide. So you angle your scissors between your fingers, using them as a buffer.
Okay. Why not use a scalpel? Or could you use a scalpel?
That's not protected. Theoretically, you could, but you then have to find another way to protect the baby's head.
Would not work very well.
I would be very hesitant.
All right. Because one side of that scissors in your fingers is going to protect the baby's head when you're
Yes.
cutting. Is the upshot of that, all that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. You said I think you were getting a little bit foggy on time when you were collecting this history. At some point, did you get some basic information about the time from identification of breach to when 911 or the emergency personnel arrived at the house?
I believe that some of that came from Creighton, and some of that came from the ER docs who talked to EMS, and so I hesitate to say who said what and when, and we left the whole situation a little blurry on when breach was, what was consistent in all of the stories was that breach was known prior to pushing.
Okay. Based on that information, did you start to have concerns that you needed to make a mandatory report?
My understanding of the mandatory reporting rule in Nebraska is that when any case of suspicion of child abuse or neglect, a mandatory report must be made. And so I spoke with other attendings and or neonatal nurse practitioners involved in this case. And it was our shared belief that a report should be made and that I was the most appropriate person to make that.
Were you making the report because you were concerned about the midwife that was delivering the child, or concerned about the parents?
About the midwife.
And why were you concerned about the midwife?
Because from what I could put together, this looked very much like a preventable injury.
Would it be important? A mother can decide how she wants to deliver her baby, isn't that right?
She can.
You've just talked about that you could counsel a patient and you could say, breech is terrible, all these things are terrible, and she could say, I don't care, I want to go ahead and try to deliver vaginally.
She can say that.
Okay. In order for a mother to make an informed consent that she can make those decisions, is it important that she knows all the facts?
Yes.
When you're giving that information to one of your patients, do you try to give them all the facts?
I do my very best to give them all the facts that I think that might be relevant to their decision making.
So as it relates to this case, at some point, were you aware that the previous child born from Emily was born by cesarean section?
Yes.
Okay. Is a baby having been born by cesarean, does the second baby, is it a higher risk if the second baby, I'm asking a terrible question. Is there risk involved with having trial of labor after C-section?
Yes, there is.
And what are those risks?
So when there is a uterine scar in labor, there is a risk of uterine rupture, which is when that scar opens. And that risk differs according to where that scar was. And so most scars in the U.S. are in the lower uterine segment, and they are transverse scars, and so that is outside of the contractile portion of the uterus, and so minimizes that risk of uterine rupture. Still, that risk is it's about 0.7% of the time uterine rupture will occur, and for all women who choose a trial of labor after cesarean, the risk that baby will suffer brain damage or death is between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 3,000. Or sorry, 1 in 6,000. 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000.
1 in 1,000 for brain damage, 1 in 6,000 for death?
No. There are a number of studies, and depending on which population is sampled, there are some slight discrepancies, and so brain damage and death together, a risk of between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000, as much we can narrow it down.
All right. So for you as an OB/GYN, and with your experience in a practitioner and overseeing other residents and et cetera, when you have a patient that presents previous C-section and now they're going to try to do a vaginal birth, do you recommend to them not to do a vaginal birth?
No, they have a decision to make.
Okay. Do you advise them of these risks? Tell them these percentages and all the different things that could possibly go wrong?
So I do. There is a well-defined consent process that we are required to go through in addition to the traditional one. So they do have an additional VBAC consent form that they'll need to sign closer to delivery, which reviews all of those things very specifically. There's one for 1 uterine scar and one for 2 uterine scars. But the consent and decision-making process is different for different individuals. So I start at their new OB or initial meeting saying, okay, so you have a uterine scar. Do you know what you want for delivery? Because oftentimes they've already considered it and had thoughts about it. And then we look into why the cesarean was done. whether or not they've had other vaginal births, and help them balance their priorities with their chance of success.
What if the reason for the C-section was arrestive descent, that they stopped progressing in their labor?
Then that negatively affects the chance that they will be successful in achieving a vaginal birth. That said, we absolutely let them try if that's something they want to do, and many of those will still result in a vaginal birth.
So you've seen successes in that regard?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when a woman does decide to do that vaginal birth after trial labor, after C-section, and ultimately able to do that vaginal birth, are there different precautions you take when they come into the hospital to do that vaginal birth?
They are. They would not be a candidate for intermittent fetal monitoring. We would strongly encourage them to utilize the fetal monitoring the whole time. Of course, they still have the right to refuse, but we also wouldn't augment their labor if we don't know what's going on with baby, if we can't monitor.
So the more constant fetal monitoring, just to make sure everything's going okay?
So that if there is a problem, that we can detect it as quickly as possible. And it does also affect what medicines we can use.
Okay. And could that woman still try to do the vaginal labor in your hospital with the licensed nurse practitioner midwives?
Yes.
Okay. And that might be a case where you're monitoring a little closer or ready in case something goes awry?
So twice a day we have safety huddle where all the delivering clinicians with a patient there, the in-house obstetrician, the anesthesia team, and the charge nurse and the neonatal nurse practitioner, so basically all the people carrying the RRT pager, meet together to review everything, and that's another chance that we have. But I would, in addition to that, I would expect the midwife that was in attendance to inform me that room 14 PS is a VBAC. So I would be additionally aware.
Okay. If you have a situation, you said a moment ago that a baby, you might have ultrasound, everything looks good, we do not have a breech baby, and then during labor that baby's flipped around, and now you have feet coming out, for instance. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That happens. Is that what you're saying?
It's very uncommon, and usually that's a baby that's large enough that it's the breech, not the feet that present. But yes, every few years it happens.
Okay. What do you mean it's the breech that present, not the feet?
The butt.
Oh, the butt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that word breech, is that the word for?
It is.
But okay. So using breech for all these things isn't quite the right lingo?
It is also an encompassing term.
Okay. All right. Okay. So in that circumstance, so mother's already been advised, C-section, these are the risks, uterine rupture, all these things that are at high risk. Pierce's child's going to be coming out head first, and they're at the hospital, they're laboring with a midwife or with you or whomever, and the point at which breech presents, do you go through a whole nother explanation and getting some informed consent before that woman decides to proceed with this breech birth, given the fact that she has a C-section, has had a previous C-section?
So whether or not a cesarean scar is a contraindication to breech birth is very much a relative contraindication, and I don't know that her uterine scar in the hospital setting would be in active labor would be a major part of our counseling and decision making. That said, our primary recommendation would be then to proceed with cesarean because of the safety of the baby.
Is there a higher risk of uterine rupture when the baby is breech?
There is not.
Okay. But at that point, you would counsel again to say, here's the reasons you should do a C-section at this point now that this baby is breech.
That is a completely different set of circumstances.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's just see a previous cesarean section or not. Let's do that same example where you haven't counseled this person because of for breech because everything's looked normal so far. You have a vertex presentation, and now we're at the hospital delivering, and suddenly we realize this baby's breech. Do you at that point counsel with her and have decisions about whether she continues with this vaginal birth or does a C-section?
We do.
Okay. And what would you counsel in those circumstances?
We would tell her that breeches, or that the safest delivery route has now become cesarean because of the risk of cord prolapse and head entrapment. And it would be pretty uncommon for her then to be opposed to cesarean. It's not uncommon at all for women to be disappointed, but it would be uncommon for them to refuse cesarean.
Okay. So this would be the first time you're ever really talking to the mom about what cord prolapse is.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, because that wasn't an issue before. So they're in labor. You discover it's brief. You feel it's necessary. I have to tell her the risk of cord prolapse.
Yes.
Okay. And likewise with the head entrapment, you have to explain this is what head entrapment is, and explain the things that you've been trying to explain here today.
Yes.
What if you saw that cord? What if you reach up and check and you know you have a prolapse cord? You feel cord up there when you go to check. Do you explain the things you just explained to us a moment ago, that that's a very, very dangerous situation?
So identification of a breech gives us probably hours before we need to be delivering. Cord prolapse gives us minutes.
Okay.
So that is a far quicker conversation to say, hey, the cord just came out, your baby is in danger, we need to go to C-section.
And the identification of breech gives us hours because, of course, childbirth takes a long time. Just because your cervix is dilated and baby's on its way out, you still have some time between 10 centimeters dilated and we have a baby.
The few I've known to flip in labor have not done it at a completely dilated cervix. They've done it much earlier in the process.
Okay.
Between 3 and 6 centimeters, which is part of where I'm getting this estimate of time.
Okay. All right. But cord prolapse, immediate problem, and tell me again, why is that an immediate problem?
Because of the risk of cord compression, it's equate that to suffocation.
Cord compression, it's gonna be hard for that baby to survive.
Correct.
There's been testimony, hold on. There's been testimony that upon checking, a cord was identified. In that circumstance, in your opinion, should Emily know and Creighton know have been advised that this was a very, very serious and dire situation and that they should consider going to the emergency room?
Objection, Your Honor. Leave the witness.
Rephrase the question.
I don't know if I can. I'll try. There's been testimony that a cord was identified during a check that Angee Hock was doing on Emily No. In that circumstance,
Objection, Your Honor. I beg your pardon. I'll let her finish. Objection, Your Honor. That assumed facts not in evidence regarding testimony that there was a cord that presented in advance of the foot.
I think Mickey Heffley testified that defendant said we have a cord, and then she said we have toes.
Go ahead.
If a cord is identified in this check, do you have opinion in that circumstance whether Vera know was in danger and that Emily know should have been advised the importance of going to the emergency room?
Yes, I believe that a cord prolapse is an obstetric emergency and should be treated as such, and delivery should be expedited as quickly as possible.
Same question, if toes are identified in that check, let's take away, the testimony was cord and then toes. Let's take away the cord part for now. Let's pretend it's just toes. And toes are presented. Do you have an opinion as what Emily know should have been advised on given that presentation?
Identification of toes also makes this, or any version of breech, but certainly toes, makes this a higher risk situation that I believe any credentialing, so that...
I object on the basis of foundation and relevance. She's testifying to what she should have been advised by the direct entry midwife rather than what, for example, she would advise.
Well, Ms. Jacobs, in your question, make it clear that based on the standard of care that they should have been advised.
Okay.
So rephrase the question.
So based on standard care known to you, if toes are presenting, do you have an opinion as what Emily knows should have been advised about that situation?
So I believe that risks out of a safe home birth, and that should have been a discussion point.
And what would those specific risks be?
So risks of cord prolapse and of head entrapment. And in a case where you had a cesarean for an arrest disorder, whether arrest of dilation or arrest of descent, you have a situation where you have a much higher risk of cephalopelvic disproportion than an average delivery, which should also absolutely be part of counseling and decision making, because that is a patient who is already at higher risk of head entrapment in any breech, including frank, but certainly with feet presenting.
Okay, we need to break that down a little bit. You said something pelvic?
Cephalopelvic disproportion, that's the fancy term for baby not fitting through that pelvis.
All right. Can you spell that for the court reporter? No, she's saying no. She's got it. So there's a history of that baby head not fitting through.
Of the first baby not fitting through the pelvis.
All right. And so if somebody is now presenting breech, is that going to increase the risk of head entrapment again?
So you have a situation where you had a mom-baby combo that didn't work, and now you're putting a higher risk presentation in the same mom. You have a different baby now. But yes, this is a scary situation.
Okay. And just so we're clear, I think it's clear, but I think sometimes it's hard to process. In the first birth, where arrested descent, vertex delivery, so the head is not able to progress enough to get the head through to give birth, that ultimately caused a C-section. In that situation, the head's not going through the cervix and coming out the birth canal, but that's not a head entrapment, baby can't breathe and survive issue, because the rest of the body is still inside the uterus, living and breathing via the umbilical cord like she had been doing for the previous 9 months.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Versus what we're talking about now is the rest of the body has come out, and while in the beginning fair to say that baby is living and breathing still, at some point when it gets entrapped, that's where you have the problem. And now the head is still not going to come out like it did not come out the first time.
Correct.
And in the beginning, if witnesses are describing that the body of Vera is looking relatively healthy, not looking purplish yet, things like that, there's a point for a while in which Vera is still living and breathing through that umbilical cord.
If the baby has normal color and tone and the pulse would have been accessible through the cord, that was probably still a baby with a normal oxygen status.
Okay. Can I have a moment? If I told you when EMS arrived, the emergency medical service people, paramedics, that Vera was delivered to her neck, head and neck is still inside Emily, rest of her body is out. Had that been how Emily and Vera arrived at the hospital, what would you as a medical doctor have been able to do to help finish delivering that baby?
We would have started by flexing the head and putting pressure on the back of the head above the pubic bone while she pushed. If that did not work, or if we did not have space for that maneuver, then we would have considered an episiotomy with consent. And then in so doing, we would have also assessed the cervix to see if that was the problem. If the chin was on the perineum, I don't expect that it would have been, but if it would, I would have cut cervical lacerations at 10 and 2 o'clock. If the cervix was not the problem, I would have applied Piper forceps to achieve delivery.
Too late to try the C-section at that point.
Yes.
Baby, for all intents and purposes, was delivered.
Yes.
I just have a couple more questions, Judge. I just want to think it through before I ask them. What night was it that Emily No presented at the hospital, as far as days of the week?
Saturday night.
Okay. What night was it you then decided, you already talked about talking amongst other doctors and professionals about whether or not you felt this should be reported to the police. What night did you report it to police?
That same night.
Okay.
I think that went into Sunday.
Did you continue to care for Emily while she was in the hospital?
I did.
Okay. When did Emily get released from the hospital?
I believe she went home on Monday. She was discharged on Monday.
At some point, are you aware that Vera No passed?
Yes.
Okay. Did Emily and Creighton get time to spend with Vera before she was taken off life support?
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
I assume the cross-examination is going to be more than 15 minutes. Yeah. So we're going to take our noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess till 1:30. I have a hearing on an unrelated matter at 1 o'clock, so we'll start back up at 1:30. Parties excused. Thanks, please be seated. All right, we're back on the record in State versus Hock. Ms. Jacobs, or I guess cross-examination may commence.
Judge, may I, if I may, I apologize. I spoke with counsel about this. Over the lunch hour, thought of about 6 more questions I want to ask. May I apologize. I know, not the best form. May I reopen my direct to do those questions?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may. Go ahead.
Dr. Lessman, if Emily No had been at the hospital when a check was done on her and either a cord or toes were discovered, and you had an opportunity to counsel her on what to do next, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty of what the success would have been of delivering Vera No alive? And that's just a yes or no question.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, foundation.
Overruled.
So that,
Yes
sorry.
or no? Yeah.
yes.
Yes. Okay, now that's the next question.
And what is that opinion?
So,
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, foundation.
Overruled.
so that there was, to my understanding, at least an hour between when toes and a cord were recognized until the body had delivered and had good color and tone. We can surmise that the baby was well oxygenated in that time, which gives us at least that time to have intervened for what should have been a good outcome.
Okay. And part of that intervention would have been what?
It would have been strong recommendation of cesarean delivery and discussion of the reasons behind that. And if she declined, then we still would have been better prepared for breech delivery.
And what other things could you have done during the breech delivery to deliver Vera alive?
We would have had fetal monitoring throughout. As I've already acknowledged, I have not personally delivered a term singleton breech, and so I would have called upon my partners that have to be standing over my shoulder or in the room for assistance as well. I have put on forceps on an aftercoming second twin, so that is a skill set that we would have been prepared to have. Other things that would have factored into that case, so cord prolapse is an obstetric emergency and would have been explained as such. And so she would have been counseled on that. We would have been better able to assess the type of breech and the risk assessment therein. And we would have had access to anesthesia to better facilitate any maneuvers or procedures that were necessary or appropriate.
And I think you've said it before, for instance, the episiotomy may have been, depending on exactly what the presentation was, may have been something that could have been effective.
It sure may have been if the perineum was what was holding up the baby. The other thing we don't know about is how extended that head was. So if there's any traction on the body as breech is being delivered, then that can extend the fetal head, increasing the diameter of delivery and creating a head entrapment.
Nothing else, right? And when you say there could have been a good outcome, what do you mean by that?
I mean a healthy live birth.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hayes, you need to speak up for us, please.
Oh, I'll pull the microphone toward me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lessman.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lessman, have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of breech delivery by any court or in any legal proceeding?
Not until now.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of midwifery or out-of-hospital birth in any court or any legal proceeding?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been asked to give an expert opinion on cause of death?
I have not, outside of filling out death certificates.
Dr. Lessman, I'd like to revisit your training with regard to vaginal breech delivery of singleton babies at term. What exactly did that training involve?
So as we stated earlier, simulations, cesarean deliveries, and after coming second twins, as well as premature breech deliveries.
And how were you trained? And again, I would like to focus on your training regarding vaginal breech deliveries of singletons at term.
So it's challenge and separation because the skill set is so overlapping. And so term singleton vaginal breech is largely by simulation and discussion, though the maneuvers to facilitate delivery overlap significantly with breech extractions performed in cesarean and with second twins.
So are you saying that the delivery of a breech baby through a cesarean incision is substantially similar to the delivery of a breech singleton through the pelvis and the pelvic bones?
For the maneuvers performed to deliver the legs, arms, and head, yes.
And are those maneuvers for delivering a stuck breech? Do breeches get stuck in cesarean deliveries?
Not often, but they can.
What do they get stuck on?
It depends on each individual. Usually that's at the hysterotomy level, though any level can be the cause of the obstruction.
Okay, so you've testified that you have experience with delivering babies by C-section in various positions, is that right?
Yes.
So I'd like to focus on your training and delivery about breech babies through vaginal delivery. So you said that the training involved simulations, and so was that practicing how a breech baby passes through a pelvis on a model?
Correct.
And did your training involve how you identify a breech lie by hand when you're not using an ultrasound machine?
In discussion, but I don't remember that being simulated.
Have you ever identified a breech lie during labor?
Yes.
Have you done so without an ultrasound machine?
The initial recognition is usually by Leopold's maneuvers or by cervical exam, so yes.
And so if you identify a breech with a cervical exam, what do you feel that lets you know that it's breech and not vertex?
So the soft tissue in the absence of the fetal skull, usually.
You feel soft tissue?
You feel the buttocks of the baby.
And if the baby is in a complete breech lie, what would you feel?
You would still feel buttocks, though you may be able to assess. So in all of those cases, ultrasound is available to us, and so to get deep enough into the pelvis in exam to assess the flexion of the legs and the hips is not a point of great focus because it's rarely of clinical relevance.
So are you saying that you don't have experience with identification of a complete breech lie by cervical exam?
So experience, yes. Solely depending on that exam, no.
If you were to feel a complete breech lie in a cervical exam, is it possible that you would feel toes beside the hip?
You would have to do a pretty deep assessment. You'd be following the legs to find that, because to be a complete breech, the breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes.
The breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes?
To be inadequately flexed, or to have the hips adequately flexed to be classified as breech, yes, the breech needs to precede the toes.
Are you describing frank breech or complete breech?
Well, that would be true in both cases.
Is it the case with complete breech lie that the baby's knees are flexed?
Yes, it is.
And is it the case with a complete breech lie that the baby can be sitting in something akin to a squat?
So, in that the legs are flexed in front of the baby? Yes. In that the feet are coming before the breech? No.
Is it possible with a complete breech lie that the hips and butt are coming with the feet next to them or even slightly in front of them because of the way that the legs are lying around the fetus as the fetus is descending, in your knowledge and experience?
If the feet are coming ahead of the breech, I would call that a footling breech or an incomplete breech.
Do you have knowledge and awareness of complete breech lies in which the toes are close to the buttocks and in fact snuggled right up against it because of the way that the baby's knees are bent and the way that the baby's legs are arranged around its hips?
No, I have not seen that.
Now, if you were to reach up and do a vaginal exam and feel toes, what would they feel like?
Like baby toes. Like baby toes.
So will they feel like a series of small bumps?
Yes.
Is it also possible that if you feel a baby's foot, if it's presenting at either footling or complete breech, that you might feel a ridge on the side of the foot?
If you can palpate the baby's foot, in my experience, you can often palpate the entire foot.
And when you, if you feel or identify that a cord is prolapsing through a vaginal exam, what are you going to feel?
You will feel, so a cord is squishy, usually twisted, and you can feel it pulsate.
Okay, and if you're feeling, if a cord is just starting to come through a cervix, is it possible that you would just feel the front ridge of the cord? Or the front, or a small loop or a fold?
So that would still be the cord.
Mm-hmm. And would the cord would it be large or small?
That depends on the gestational age and how much Wharton's jelly is around that particular cord.
Because cords vary, is that correct, doctor?
Cords do vary.
And some are thicker and some are thinner, is that right?
That is true.
And so are some more easily folded or bent when the baby comes out than others?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Do you recall participating in a recorded call with an officer named Lisa Crouch about this case on June 19th, 2019, 3 or 4 days after the birth? I believe it was your last official report to law enforcement in the days following the birth. Do you remember that?
The specifics on time and name of person I spoke with, no. Interactions with law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Do you remember explaining during that call that the process for delivery of a breech baby involves something that you described as keeping your hands off the breech and that was very important?
Yes.
Can you describe what you meant by that?
So when a vaginal breech singleton is delivering, it's very important to deliver primarily with maternal expulsive efforts. And so the delivery practitioner watches until the knees are out, and then they may be flexed to deliver, and the body is supported. And then you wait again. Once the baby is delivered to the scapula, you pull a loop of cord to keep that loose and off traction, and either the arms will deliver or you will sweep them across the body to facilitate delivery, and and apply downward pressure at the pubic bone to keep the head flexed while the mom continues to push, and then either apply Piper's forceps or apply traction to the face to help keep it flexed while she again pushes.
And You said the reason why it's so important to keep your hands off the baby while the mother is birthing it until and unless you need to put your hands on the baby is because you said it's important to let the baby deliver through maternal expulsive efforts. Mm-hmm. Why is that important?
Because if you pull on the baby too soon, you can you can trap the arms above the head and also extend the head.
And how were you trained with regard to the resolution of a breech baby that's stuck in the birth canal?
So it depends on why it's stuck in the birth canal.
Well, first, could you tell me how you were trained? Was that again on simulation and models?
Primarily, yes.
Did you train in resolution of a stuck breech on simulation and models, or did you only discuss it didactically or in discussions with other doctors?
Lots of discussion. I don't remember for sure if that was a simulation that we did a decade ago or not.
Okay. And so what were you told is the way to help resolve a stuck breech if the baby's head is trapped in the pubic bone?
So first attention is given to head flexion and to maternal positioning.
What do you mean about maternal positioning?
So opening the pelvis as much as possible. So typically that is in McRoberts position. So with her flat on her back, with her knees pulled toward her ears, to open the pelvis as much as possible to maximize the diameter anterior posterior in the pelvis.
And so, doctor, if I can just ask you a few more questions on that point. So you're saying that maneuvering the mother into different positions is helpful because that affects the extent to which her pelvis can open to release the baby. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've testified that in the standard of care that you've been taught, you would get the mother to the edge of the bed. Do you recall explaining that to any officers in this matter, that you would want to get the mother to the edge of the bed to make lots of room to maneuver?
I probably didn't mention that because it was assumed in order to have had space for delivery of the body. That would have already been true.
Did you receive any training on delivery of a vaginal breech baby on a mother who is not lying on her back in bed?
So there is plenty of overlap with,
yes or no will suffice, doctor.
All of ours were anesthetized by their choice, so no.
Okay. And so if the mother were not anesthetized and were able to move into different positions, are there other positions that would facilitate the opening of her pelvis?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those positions? Would hands and knees potentially help relieve some of the pressure on her pelvis to help it to open to release the baby?
Hands and knees would be the second best position for that, yes.
Thank you. And doctor, you've testified that, doctor, have you ever have you ever performed the vaginal delivery of a breech singleton at term?
I have not.
Have you ever witnessed the vaginal breech delivery of a singleton at term?
I have not.
Doctor, were you ever trained that intravenous Pitocin could have a role to play in the delivery of a vaginal breech?
In my training, that was always contraindicated in breech deliveries.
And why was that?
So breech deliveries are high enough risk procedures that the risk is minimized by limiting it to those in whom the powers of labor are enough on their own without aid, and also that the labor curve unassisted is sufficient to achieve delivery.
Well, doctor, how about in contrast to the use of Pitocin to augment labor during labor, is there a role for the use of Pitocin in a stuck breech?
I'm going to place an objection now. I don't think there's anything about this case suggesting Pitocin was used. So I think it's irrelevant.
I can respond, Your Honor.
Overall, keep going.
Okay. Is there a role for Pitocin in resolution of a stuck breech that you ever heard about?
No.
Does Pitocin cause the uterus to contract and bear down?
Yes, it does.
Did you ever learn that in trying to resolve a stuck breech, it's helpful to have pressure from above rather than pulling from below?
Yes.
Could the use of intravenous Pitocin, I won't ask you to speculate. Were you ever trained on protocols for delivery of a breech baby, or on midwifery protocols for delivery of a breech baby, or protocols for delivery of a breech baby on an unmedicated mother having a physiological labor?
So I was never trained on midwifery protocols. We were prepared and ran these simulations in the event and anticipation that most obstetricians will encounter a singleton breech in the emergency room at some point, partially or very nearly delivered. At the time that I was training, term singleton breech delivery was not within the standard of care.
So, just a yes or no, were you ever trained on breech delivery in a physiological labor with a birthing woman who was standing or moving around rather than medicated and lying in a bed?
No.
And doctor, you testified earlier that breech delivery is extremely rare, or breech presentation is extremely rare. Is that right?
I said that at term it was approximately 3% of parturients.
And so 3% is about 1 in every 33 babies, is that right?
Correct.
And would you call a complication that occurs in 1 out of every 33 births extremely rare?
Extremely rare were not my words.
Okay, so would you call that even rare?
No.
Doctor, are you familiar with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists?
I am.
What is that?
That is the organization closely affiliated with the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, which has a very key role in setting the standard of care for general practice obstetricians and gynecologists. For obstetric practices, they work closely with the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine as well.
And is the American College of OB-GYNs also sometimes called ACOG?
Yes, it is.
And does ACOG issue committee opinions? Are you aware of those?
Quite.
And for what purpose does ACOG issue committee opinions?
To help guide its members in their practice.
Are you aware that ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies are delivered by cesarean in the hospital setting? Does that sound right to you?
I certainly believe that.
And does that mean that 13 to 15% of breech babies are born vaginally?
I'm sorry, was this specifying at term?
No, I think ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies are delivered by cesarean. Is there any, if they're not delivered by cesarean, how are they delivered?
Then vaginal is the other option.
So would that mean that 13 to 15% of breech babies are delivered vaginally?
That would be the implication.
Does UNMC support obstetricians in offering planned vaginal delivery to women with breech babies at term?
With proper counseling, yes.
Okay. I would like to present Dr. Lessman with my first exhibit. Dr. Lessman, can you just identify this document? Are you able to identify it?
This is ACOG Committee Opinion 745, Mode of Term Singleton Breech Delivery.
Thank you. And for what purpose would this, was there a date on that document?
This one was issued August 2018.
Thank you, Doctor. And for what purpose would ACOG issue a committee opinion like this?
To help guide its members in clinical care.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to ask you a few questions about this, if I may, and I think I'll put the paper here, and you should be able to see it on your screen as well. Are we good? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to offer this into evidence as the defense exhibit.
133? 136.
And Judge, I would object it's hearsay. I don't, I'd object it's hearsay.
Ms. Hayes, fine, how's it not hearsay?
Your Honor, it's not hearsay because it is, it's under 27 Rule 803, Exception 18. It's a statement contained in a published treatise, periodical, or pamphlet on the subject of medicine. That is necessary to question the witness with regard to the issues that she said.
All right, 136 is received.
Doctor, I've bracketed these lines here, and I'd like to read them to you, and maybe you can help us understand what they mean. If a vaginal breech delivery is planned, a detailed informed consent should be documented, including risks that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned. What is this line, what does it mean to say that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned?
So that committee opinion replaced a prior one issued in 2006 arguing against singleton breech deliveries, and that prior committee opinion had argued against it for several reasons, including worse neurobehavioral outcomes in the first 7 years of life, in addition to the risk of...
Thank you, Doctor. I'm actually asking you about the 2018 ACOG committee opinion, not the previous perception of obstetricians on the topics.
Yes, but you were asking me about the risks inherent in breech delivery and why the morbidity may be worse.
Trying to answer the question, counsel's talking over her.
I think she's digressing.
Well, first of all, now I've read 803.17. It says, the last line says, if admitted, the statements may be read into evidence but may not be received as exhibits. So you can identify it as 136. I'm going to reverse myself and not receive it as evidence, but you can cross-examine her based on what you read to her.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, may I rephrase my question, Dr. Lessman? I'll try to ask it with more clarity. When does this committee opinion indicate that obstetricians should offer women presenting with a breech baby the informed consent for the decision between vaginal breech delivery and cesarean delivery?
So one thing that committee opinion does discuss is the qualifications of the provider in doing that, and a contraindication to a term breech delivery would be the training of the obstetrician or midwife. And from 2006 to 2018, obstetricians were generally not trained in that procedure. Not to that level of advising it as a primary option.
And Doctor, would you say that the data that was gathered for this opinion included data that for births that took place during the years 2006 to 2018, when American obstetricians were less inclined to support vaginal birth of breech babies?
I am not prepared to discuss where the data was gathered.
And Doctor, is it in your training as a medical doctor, is there a difference between the word may and the word is, maybe, and the word is? Is there a difference between saying that women should be informed that perinatal or neonatal mortality will be higher in vaginal breech birth and saying that it may be higher? Or is there a difference between saying that it is higher in vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery, and in saying, as it does here, that it may be higher?
The word may allows for more doubt.
Doubt of what?
Of certainty than the word is does.
And in this sentence, does that doubt apply to whether it is the case that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity are in fact higher for vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery. That is the doubt in that sentence, isn't it?
That statement allows more room for discussion in an informed consent conversation, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, have you been trained in informed consent and refusal?
Yes.
And what did you learn that informed consent and refusal is supposed to involve? What should that process involve?
It should involve a discussion between the physician and patient or the patient's representative about the reasons for a procedure, the risks, benefits, and alternatives, and assurance of their understanding.
Thank you, doctor. Does a pregnant patient have the right to refuse an offer of treatment from a medical provider?
They do.
And what are some of the factors that a patient considers in making an informed consent decision?
Every person comes in with their own set of goals and priorities.
Would you say that your discussions, your informed consent discussions with patients mostly focus on the clinical circumstances and the clinical issues that you're addressing at the time?
Yes.
But would you say that it's also the case that patients making an informed consent decisions make them on the basis of not only the clinical circumstances but also their personal values?
Absolutely.
And is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of their personal circumstances, whether financial, their postpartum care, things like that?
Yes.
Is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of variables that include whether they have past trauma and the nature of that trauma?
Yes.
And in your training on informed consent, were you taught that the patient has the right to make their medical decisions on the basis of an analysis that includes those values and experiences?
Yes.
Were you taught in your training on informed consent at any time about the concept of coercion?
Yes.
What is coercion in the medical setting?
Coercion is applying undue pressure into decision making.
And when is pressure undue? What is undue pressure?
When it doesn't respect the values and opinions of and preferences of the patient.
Thank you, doctor. I'd like to question you with regard to another document. And this time it will be ACOG Committee Opinion number 664, June 2016, titled Refusal of Medically Recommended Treatment During Pregnancy.
Yeah, and have it marked, please.
Do you recall ever reading that committee opinion?
Yes.
Is the review of ACOG committee opinions part of your ongoing medical training?
Yes.
May I ask you a couple questions regarding it?
Yes.
Ms. Klein, it's sideways. That's up. Yep, there you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to read you a couple lines and you can explain them for us. This line, forced compliance, the alternative to respecting a patient's refusal of treatment, raises profoundly important issues about patient rights, respect for autonomy, violations of bodily integrity, power differentials, and gender equality. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
What do you think they're talking about when they write power differentials?
That a physician or midwife is in a position of power over their patient.
And how does that come into play in informed consent?
That there is an ability to steer a patient toward in one direction or another.
When you say there is an ability to steer a patient, what does that mean? Do you mean the doctor has an ability?
Anyone providing care has that ability.
And why do they have it?
Because they have more information about the situation than the patient does, at least from the medical side.
And how about power? Do they have more power than the patient in that situation?
They do.
Would you say that's the case when you're dealing with a woman who's in the process of labor and childbirth?
Yes.
Would you say that a woman in the process of labor and childbirth is particularly vulnerable?
Yes.
I'd like to review another line here. The use of coercion is not only ethically impermissible, but also medically inadvisable because of the realities of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge. Doctor, what is meant by prognostic uncertainty?
The ability to predict what will happen in a given case, medically.
So when they say that obstetricians should be mindful to avoid coercion because of prognostic uncertainty, how do you interpret that? What are they saying?
That can be interpreted in a number of ways, but our research can tell us what to expect on a population level, but each individual is an individual within a population, and the rules and trends of the population may or may not apply to that given individual.
And is it also the case that even in the care for a given individual, an obstetrician might think that a baby is in distress or about to die, but it's not the case? The baby's okay and the baby's going to be born okay.
That is absolutely possible.
And when they say that an obstetrician should be mindful to avoid coercion because of the limits of medical knowledge, how do you interpret that? What do they mean, limits of medical knowledge?
That we are doing the best we can with what we know at this time, and anticipation and foresight are not perfect.
Would you say that the difference between ACOG's committee opinion in 2006 on breech and ACOG's committee opinion in 2018 on breech reflects the evolution of medical knowledge?
That is one of the many facets of evolution of medical knowledge, yes.
And so the next sentence here, as such, it is never acceptable for obstetrician gynecologists to attempt to influence patients toward a clinical decision using coercion. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then, what do you make of this? Obstetrician gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. What does that mean, doctor?
Sorry, you took it away, and I'm not sure I absorbed every word of that.
Obstetrician gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. First, I'd like to ask, what is duress and how is that different from coercion?
I'm struggling to find an example or tidy definition of duress in an obstetric situation.
Or manipulation, for that matter, which is another word used. Can you speak to what it would mean to say that they're discouraged from manipulation? What would manipulation look like in informed consent?
It would mean a deliberate manipulation of the truth or the facts it would mean an unfair presentation of the risks and benefits to try to steer the patient in a way that is not consistent with the available evidence or not consistent with the standard of care.
So, doctor, if an obstetrician is performing, or a midwife is performing an informed consent conversation, and there are two choices, and the obstetrician or the midwife thinks that it would be better or safer for the patient to choose this choice, and they emphasize the risks of the choice of the risks of the choice they don't want the patient to make, and they underplay the risks of the choice that they do want the patient to make, would that qualify as the kind of manipulation you're describing?
I think it depends on the relative risks and benefits in given situations. So take, for instance, a trial of labor after cesarean with a single uterine scar and a vertex presentation. The standard of care sees the risks of both delivery methods as relatively balanced. There are other situations where something is considered an absolute contraindication, and that would not be balanced, and it would be unfair to present it as though it was.
Thank you. So I think what you're saying is that the information should be accurate. Is that right, doctor? And
Yes.
that sometimes the risks really they are really imbalanced, you could say, between the choices, and that information should be conveyed, but sometimes they aren't, and that should be accurately described?
That the presentation of the risks and benefits should be in accordance with the standard of care and the best that we know at the time.
And did you just explain that after one cesarean section with a normal delivery, that there are risks and benefits on either side of planned repeat cesarean or a trial of labor after cesarean?
Correct.
And so therefore, would you say that if a doctor were to say to a patient, the safest thing for you to do is a repeat cesarean because otherwise your uterus will rupture, or there's a very serious risk of a uterine rupture, and that's probably the safest thing for you to do, and they don't talk about any of the risks of going with a cesarean, for example, or the benefits of a trial of labor, would that be manipulative?
In a situation where the hospital is fit to handle both things, yes, it would. But in a situation in which the provider does not have in-house anesthesia or in-house obstetrics and the standard of care for VBAC is not met, then that should be presented as an imbalanced set of risks and benefits, and the patient should be offered, and in that description of discussion, the acknowledgement that she would need to go to another facility to have a safe trial of labor after cesarean would be necessary to balance that.
And if the reason why the provider is not offering a vaginal birth after cesarean is due to the resources at their hospital, do you think the patient should be informed accurately that that's the reason for the recommendation, rather than told that the reason is uterine rupture?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. And so why do you think that this ACOG committee, opinion says that OB-GYNs are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or child protective services in their efforts to lead women toward particular medical decisions, or to punish them for making decisions that obstetricians don't prefer?
I object to the form of the question compound.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows, or if she can.
I agree that the question is somewhat confusing.
I'll ask it again. Doctor, why do you think that ACOG recommends in the strongest possible terms that obstetricians should not call the police or CPS on patients because of their medical decisions?
I think it's saying that that OB/GYNs should not use the threat of calling the police or CPS to steer a patient toward one medical decision or another.
Would you read this to mean that ACOG is recommending that they go ahead and make the call rather than mention it to the patient? Or do you think they're saying that you shouldn't involve courts and CPS around patient medical decision making, given that this is in the paragraph that states that coercion is ethically impermissible because of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge?
I don't understand. It is my understanding that committee opinions do not supersede local law.
And do you think that this contradicts any law? Do you think there's any law that obligates obstetricians to call CPS on? Do you think that ACOG is misrepresenting the law when they say that obstetricians are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or CPS regarding women's medical decisions?
I think ACOG is highly discouraging that OB/GYNs threaten to call CPS because of a woman's drug use, but I do not believe it to override mandatory reporting laws.
Okay, doctor. mean, given what your testimony today, would you agree that a doctor and a patient can therefore have a different perspective on what's the safest course of care for that patient?
Yes.
And do medical ethics require that the patient has the ultimate authority to weigh their treatment options and make the decision about what's safest for them?
They do.
So, should informed consent involve doctors telling patients what is safest, as if that is objective and absolute, or informing them of the risks and benefits of their options so that the patient can weigh the evidence, consider their values, and make their own decision?
Sometimes there truly is a safest option, and sometimes they are balanced, and that should be reflected according to the standard of care and the best medical knowledge at the time.
Okay. And so you've testified today that steering a patient toward the obstetrician's preferred choice can be a form of coercion. Is that right?
It can be.
When is it not? When you testified earlier that your counseling might involve...
She didn't give an answer, I think, for her last question, did she?
I'd like to replace it with a new question. When you testified earlier that
Hold on. Can you answer that question?
I've lost track of which one it was.
I asked, when is steering a client away from the decision that they want to make not coercion? After informed consent, after they've been informed regarding the risks and benefits of their option, if the doctor starts to steer the patient anywhere, you've testified that can be coercion sometimes, or maybe, but implying that sometimes you think it's not coercion. And then I asked, when is it not coercion? Is that something you want to answer?
I'm being delicate with this one because I can see in an obstetric context multiple views and potential for misinterpretation. Informed consent is obtained of all obstetric patients at presentation prior to delivery. But there are certainly circumstances where the risks change, and informing them of those in real time changes the consent conversation in an ongoing way.
And if you inform a patient that risks, for example, have become emergent, can the patient integrate that information to make a decision that weighs those risks as more significant if they're manifesting?
Yes.
And so when you testified earlier that your counseling might involve strongly steering a patient away from a decision, what does that mean in your context?
There are so many different consent conversations that occur in medicine. So, again, it could mean an unfair or a discussion of the medical risks and benefits not consistent with the standard of care to get the provider's desired result.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, now I'd like to move to a review of Emily's medical records under your care at UNMC, if that's all right.
Okay.
I'll make the objections as I see fit. So.
Well, maybe I will offer it to his foundation and then offer it.
I think we need to mark it if you're going to be working with it.
All right. So, Dr. Lessman, I'd like to present you with the same excerpt of Emily No's medical records at UNMC that you reviewed during your deposition for this matter. Is that okay?
Yes.
And I'll offer it to you and ask you to just look it over and just confirm that those are Emily No's medical records from her treatment at UNMC in the day, or that this is an excerpt of Emily No's medical records from the days of her treatment after she arrived on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. This excerpt of Emily No's medical records from UNC as Exhibit 138.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, they're business records, but anyway, 138's received.
I'll put them under the camera, Dr. Lessman, so you can identify them.
Dr. Lessman, when it says at the top of this page, H&P by Katherine Lessman at 6:15:19, 11:01 p.m., what is H&P?
History and physical.
And does this indicate that this is a chart note that you created in caring for Emily No?
So it was created in partnership with my supervising resident. I believe she was a third year at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect the care that you provided to Emily No when on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to...
Yeah, if I just approach for a minute with counsel in that exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was.
Dr. Lessman, could we review this part that says OB procedure note?
Yes.
When it says description of findings, midline episiotomy resulting in first degree laceration.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was coughing.
Oh,
so let me have you
yeah.
repeat
Excuse
it.
me.
Not at all. I'd like to ask you about this line that says midline episiotomy resulting in first degree perineal laceration. Is that okay?
Yes.
What is a first degree perineal laceration?
So it includes vaginal or perineal skin only.
And do you recall describing the laceration in your phone call with Officer Lisa Crouch as very superficial or even meaningless?
I would believe that I'd used, yes.
Is there a difference between a laceration and a cut?
So it was not a laceration, it was an episiotomy, and we included that language to describe to ourselves what we had found and the depth of it. First degree perineal episiotomy is not a medical phrase in recognized literature. And so this was the closest we could approximate.
And can the perineum get a first degree laceration after a baby comes out of the vagina without an episiotomy?
Absolutely.
How could you tell that this laceration was from an episiotomy as opposed to caused by the baby coming out?
The sharp cut edges.
The sharp cut. So it had smooth edges, is that right?
Correct. It did not follow natural tissue planes like a laceration would.
So it was a light but smooth cut on the skin, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you say midline, does that mean it was going straight down the perineum from the vagina toward the anus?
Correct.
Do you recall reporting to Lisa Crouch on June 19th that you had heard that the episiotomy was performed in the ambulance?
So not having been present for that, what I had was hearsay from what I was being told. And so I don't know when it was, and I certainly don't remember the detail on that.
And so if by June 19th, 2019, you still believed that Angela Hock had ridden in the ambulance to the hospital, was there a time after that that you came to understand that she did not ride in that ambulance? And if so, do you know when?
I never considered myself an expert in what happened in the ambulance.
Do you still believe she was riding in the ambulance?
I don't know one way or the other on that one.
Okay. Question, Emily, at UNMC?
Yes.
Did you interact with her when she first arrived?
Yes.
Do you recall describing her condition at that time as terrified and frantic?
I certainly would believe that I used those words.
Does that accurately describe the impression that you had of her emotional state when you encountered her?
The memory of that part of the encounter is not very strong right now, but the pieces that I can remember, yes.
And when you first encountered Emily and were first discussing her situation with her, was she in a small room with 10 to 20 people around?
That is how I would describe that emergency room, exam room, yes.
And what do you remember about what she first told you about her history of post-traumatic stress disorder?
I remember that she said she had post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, and that the birth of her first baby had been traumatic to her. I don't remember more detail than that about her PTSD or her description of it.
What did she tell you about what had happened in her labor prior to getting to the hospital?
So I'm worried about the nuance of these answers because I believe much of the history came from her partner Creighton, and so I don't want to falsify that she said what I think a lot of it she didn't say.
Did she tell you that she had chosen to stay home after she was informed that the baby was breech?
I do not remember hearing that not from her.
Okay, I would like to introduce another exhibit. This is the deposition of Katherine Lessman, taken on December 2, 2022. Dr. Lessman, were you deposed for this matter on December 2, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And were you sworn under oath when you answered the questions in that deposition?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review the transcript of that deposition?
I have.
Okay.
out page 57 of the deposition on the screen here.
And I guess at this point, I'd ask her that it's not been received in evidence. So it's
Oh, I beg
hearsay.
your pardon.
Maybe she can show it to the witness.
Your Honor,
and do the refreshing she wants
I would
to
like
do.
to offer. May I offer it into evidence, Your Honor, as an exhibit?
Excuse me?
Oh, I think I showed it to the witness.
Right,
You
and
did.
then just direct her to the page and number,
Okay.
and line number?
Great. Then I can just leave it with her to refer her through it, Your Honor?
Yeah,
Okay. Yes, sir.
as long as you have another copy. If you can go back to your chair.
Counsel, what page are you on?
57, Ms. Jacobson. So, and you know how to follow it, Doctor? The pages are marked here in the top right.
Thank you.
Dr. Lessman, can I refer you to page 57
Yes.
of your deposition? And to the lines where you said,
The lines and a
Yes,
chance, and a chance to review.
Please review your testimony from line 6 to line 14.
Yes,
And let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
I have.
Do you remember testifying that they said that they had known that the baby was breech and they had chosen to stay home?
Yes, and again, the clarification is that they, because I believe I received most of this history from Creighton, and you were saying Emily.
Okay, and do you see that the answer was given in answer to the question? Do you remember talking with Emily about what had happened before she got to the hospital?
The conversation was collective, together. She was
Okay.
upset, and it was not uncommon to ask her a question and have him answer. And therefore, her consent was applied because she didn't clarify it.
Okay, so are you testifying today that Creighton informed you that they had chosen to stay home?
Yes,
Okay.
to my memory.
Okay, thank you, doctor. And so after you initially interviewed Emily, what did you do?
So after we interviewed her in the emergency room, at that point she had also obtained a set of vitals, proving hemodynamic stability for her. With her consent, we assessed to make sure that the placenta was not ready to deliver quite yet, and that she was not actively bleeding, and made the decision to move upstairs to labor and delivery.
And doctor, did you testified earlier that you clamped and cut the cord and you had an opportunity to see Vera in those moments?
Yes.
What was her condition?
Purple and limp.
And do you have a sense of her weight at birth?
She appeared a full-term baby. I was just gonna guess visually around 8 pounds.
Okay. And is that consistent with the size of a term singleton, meaning a baby that is not premature?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak with anybody else at your hospital about this case right away?
Yes, the team that was involved in the resuscitation remained involved with the case throughout the night.
And when you say the team that was involved in the resuscitation, does that include the ambulance drivers?
So the ER physicians had spoken with the ambulance drivers. I never did.
Okay. So is it the case that the ambulance team attempted some resuscitation in the ambulance after Vera was born in the ambulance, and then that was taken over by a resuscitation team at UNMC?
That is my understanding of the events, yes.
Did you witness that transition?
I believe it was an emergency medical technician who was performing the chest compressions when they arrived.
Okay.
But that could have transitioned to an RN on arrival.
Did you see them come into the building?
I saw them come down the hall.
Down the hall. And is it your memory coming down the hall that you believe that the person that was performing the resuscitation on Vera at that moment was an EMT from the ambulance?
I think so.
Okay.
That was my impression.
And do you have any idea what the efforts to resuscitate Vera by the hospital team involved?
Again, they were in another room. I would assume that was followed standard neonatal resuscitation protocol.
And what would that have involved on a baby in Vera's condition?
So they likely would have started with positive pressure, and then probably quickly moved to intubation when her heart rate did not recover.
Would they use, is there a role for epinephrine in neonatal resuscitation?
Yes, there can be.
What is that role?
It is to help improve the cardiac activity when the heart rate is below 60.
So when a neonate's heart rate is below 60, can epinephrine help the heart to start beating in a healthy way again?
Yes.
And how is that administered?
IV when available. It can be given intracardiac, but I don't believe that would have occurred in this case. A NICU team would place a umbilical line once they can, and use that.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody at your hospital that night about the fact that Emily had reported giving birth at home with a midwife or attempting labor at home with a midwife?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Several people involved, the ER physicians, my charge nurse, the neonatal nurse practitioners.
And when did you decide to call the police?
After we had delivered the placenta and repaired the episiotomy, and I believe Vera was being cooled at that point. We discussed the case together, and we were concerned that as mandatory reporters, that this was a case that needed to be brought to attention of authorities, and that I was the person most who should do that.
And when you say we, are you referring still to yourself, the ER doctor, the NICU doctor, and some nursing staff?
Correct.
So the provider team?
The provider team.
And do you recall saying on page 94 of your deposition, if you want to reference it, that you and the other doctors decided that you should call the police, you should be the one to call the police because, quote, a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
Because we knew we had a baby who had suffered brain damage or brain injury at that point. We knew that we had a baby that had suffered brain injury, and there was concern that that may have been preventable.
What does it mean to say a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
So because the injury was believed to be as a result of what might have been obstetric injury or considered obstetric injury, it fell to the obstetrician.
To do what?
To describe it to the authorities.
Did you exchange any emails with anybody relating to making a report to the police?
I may have. I remember ongoing discussion with the ER team after the shift.
Do you remember exchanging, when did you go home after your shift from June 15th into the early morning hours of June 16th?
Handoff would have occurred around 7 or 8 on Sunday morning. I believe I was handing off to an MFM and therefore was responsible for rounding on the generalist service. So it would have been late morning on Sunday morning.
Do you think you might have gone home early on Sunday in the middle of the night because of what you had gone through in receiving this traumatic case?
No, that was never a part of the discussion.
Can I refer you to page 66?
Okay.
So, actually, I'll refer you to 67, Doctor. Lines 8 through 12. These lines, I remember talking with my direct boss. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please review and tell me when you're ready to discuss.
I'm ready.
When you explained during your deposition, I remember talking with my direct boss and having someone else take my home call so that I could separate from all of this for a few hours so that I could process the experience as well. Do you think that was after 7 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
Got it. And then, Doctor, can I refer you to page 75?
Okay.
Can you read lines 8 through the end of the page?
You want me to read them aloud?
No, just to
Okay.
yourself, and let me know when you're ready to discuss them.
Okay.
When you said, aside from Dr. Cabrera, and who was Dr. Cabrera?
My resident that night.
And the ER team and the nurses involved, I spoke with my chair because that's when I learned that he doesn't sleep much because he answered my emails at midnight and 3 a.m. And that was about what I needed to file and in what ways. And I talked with my direct boss about getting my home call covered because I needed to clock out. When you say emails at midnight and 3 a.m., would those have been emails that you sent in the early hours of June 16th while you were still at the hospital?
Correct.
And to whom did you send those emails?
To my chairman.
And what's his name?
Carl Smith.
Is he still your chairman?
Yes, he is.
And you said that you received emails from him about what I needed to file and in what ways. What did that involve?
He has sat on the state medical board and has a much better and has served as expert witness many times and has a much better understanding of this side of medicine. And so he was well suited to answer my questions about to whom I needed to report possibly practicing without a license, possible allegation of child abuse or neglect, these things that I have not had the opportunity to interact with on a regular or frequent basis.
Okay, and you said that he had a lot of experience with the state medical board? And so did he direct you to file a complaint with the state medical board?
He did.
Did he direct you to file a complaint with anybody else?
He did not. That was already done. He did support the decision, yes.
And when you say that he had been an expert witness, in what kinds of proceedings?
He is a perinatologist, and so he has sat as a witness in many obstetric cases.
And what are obstetric cases? Or do those happen, are those civil suits or criminal proceedings?
I am not a legal expert, nor have I discussed the intricacies of his legal experience.
Okay, thank you. Did you make your first report to the police over the phone, or did they come to the hospital?
I called them.
And what do you remember telling them?
So, I remember telling them that there was a baby who had been injured. I I don't remember what my words were. My understanding as a mandatory reporter is that it was my responsibility to bring the situation to their attention so that they could investigate it if they saw fit.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to offer another exhibit into evidence. This is the Omaha Police Department Information Report Investigation dated 6/16/19 at 0000 hours, reporting Katherine Lessman's report to the police department.
I'd like to offer this police report into evidence, Your Honor.
Must have,
140.
objection hearsay.
How's it not hearsay?
Your Honor, it's not hearsay because it is the recording of this doctor's report to the police that I'm going to present to her so that she can explain and substantiate the report that she made at that time.
Well, it doesn't make it admissible, but you can ask her questions off it.
Yeah, I just object as, you know, there are rules to refreshing recollection. It seems that she's just having her read the depositions and read the things. I think she just needs to ask the questions about what she remembers and refresh if it needs to be.
Well, I'm not going to do it the way you do it, but
About it?
that number, what number was that exhibit?
This was number 140, Your Honor.
140 is not received into evidence.
Okay, Your Honor. Dr. Lessman, would you say that this is an accurate report, or is it? There's a line here that says, Dr. Lessman stated that she did not believe Angee was certified to conduct home births and believed a criminal act may have been committed by Angee in assisting No at home and not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that was breech. Does that seem accurate, like what you would have reported to the police in that call in the middle of the night?
Yes, it does.
And so, Doctor, what did that mean to you to say that you didn't believe she was certified to do home births?
So I am not and do not pretend to be an expert in lay midwifery, but it is my understanding that according to the state of Nebraska, that may not be a legal proceeding or a legal intervention.
What might not be a legal intervention?
So home birth is, I am not an expert in lay midwifery, but I respect and operate under ACOG, as you previously discussed, and I'm also familiar with SMFM, the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and the American College of Nurse Midwifery, and to my understanding, those are the credentialing bodies for birth attendants as recognized by the state of Nebraska.
And does ACOG certify people to do home births?
ACOG does not, to my not in Nebraska.
To your knowledge, does ACOG certify people to do home births?
My knowledge extends to the nuances of Nebraska.
Got it. And who is certified to do home births in Nebraska?
No one.
And so when you said that is not an intervention that is legal, is home birth the intervention?
Assurance of safety in a difficult situation would be.
Assurance of safety is an intervention?
So a home VBAC and or a home breech birth would both be outside of the standard of care for home birth according to the American College of Nurse Midwifery, which guides home birth for the majority of the country. in the way that is most respected by the medical establishment and most state medical boards.
And you verified that you stated that you believed a criminal act had been committed. What criminal act did you believe had been committed?
Again, I'm not pretending to be a legal expert. My responsibility is to call attention to harm to the baby.
Can I refer you to page 115 of your deposition, doctor? And this is lines 17 through 21. Or actually, let's say 9 through 21, so it includes the question that you were asked. Tell me when you've had a chance to review that page.
Okay.
Did you answer, were you asked at the deposition if you, what was the basis on which you were making a statement that you believed a criminal act had been committed? Yes or no, were you asked that?
I was.
And did you answer, so it sounded to me like practicing medicine without a license, and I knew that this was a preventable birth that deserved evaluation or a preventable death that deserved evaluation?
Yes.
And then can I refer you to page 120 of your deposition testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And can I refer you to lines 6 through 16?
Okay.
And so were you asked at deposition, and so was the crime the fact that the patient wasn't in the hospital? And then was the answer that she was coerced into staying at home, that she was falsely reassured that the provider had skills, that she understood the situation. She didn't, that she could do something she couldn't. Question, okay, thank you. And then did you add, that would be the practicing medicine without a license, which was my assessment of the situation. Is that what you said in your deposition?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, when you got home on the night, on the morning of June 16th, were you already thinking about a legal proceeding related to this transfer of care?
Yes, I was.
Were you already thinking about issues like what evidence would be admissible into a legal proceeding over the transfer that you would receive that night?
I was.
And do you recall asking the police interviewer on June 19th, 2019, whether she could assure you that Angee Hock would be in trouble no matter what, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
I remember asking what she expected from the legal side.
Do you remember asking if Angee Hock would be in trouble, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
Yes.
Have you had any legal training, Dr. Lessman?
As it relates to malpractice.
Do you have any training or experience in the determination of whether crimes have been committed?
Only in calling attention to possible child, elder, or sexual abuse.
And so have you had meetings or trainings at UNMC regarding identification of when a crime has been committed or when your obligations as a mandatory reporter are triggered?
Yes.
What were you taught regarding that?
We are taught that anything that we see that concerns us for child abuse or neglect is mandatorily reported.
That concerns us for child abuse or neglect?
Mm-hmm. So we are taught that it is not our job to prove that neglect or abuse has occurred, but to call it to the attention of the authorities so that they can investigate or choose not to investigate as they see fit.
And is it left to your discretion to determine whether you perceive there to have been child neglect associated with a patient for whom you're caring? Or are there standards that you're trained that you're supposed to utilize in that analysis?
There are standards.
And what are they in the birth context?
That's a great question, and the ambiguities of which were the reason we discussed this as a provider team prior to making the decision to report.
So does that mean that you can't recall any specific standards relating to assessment of child abuse or neglect in the birth context prior to this birth?
Correct.
Have standards been developed at UNMC since this birth? To your knowledge?
Objection. No. Rule.
I do not believe that there are policies in place regarding that exactly.
Did anybody ever tell you that it's a crime in Nebraska for a woman to decline to go to the hospital and receive care from an obstetrician?
No.
And when you reported that, let me ask you, what medical equipment or resources are unavailable to assist with a baby that is breech?
So for a baby that is breech, if I were going to do that in the hospital, I would expect a second set of hands, a neonatology team for resuscitation immediately available, Piper forceps, all the resuscitation tools for the baby, bandage, scissors.
And so when you reported to the police that you believed a criminal act may have been committed by Angee by assisting No at home and not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, are you saying that a crime is committed for assisting with a baby that is breech outside of a hospital setting where hospital resources are available?
Objection. Beyond her knowledge and basic province of the court for her to say what's a crime and what's not.
Your Honor, she just testified.
Overrule.
Thank you.
Sorry, now I've lost the question.
So when you reported to the police that you believed a crime may have been committed by Angee by not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, and if, as you just testified, the medical equipment and resources that assist with a baby that is breech are things like surgical delivery, Piper forceps, and other things that are available in a hospital setting, are you saying that it is a criminal act to assist with a baby that is breech outside the hospital setting where they don't have hospital resources?
I am saying that breech birth is a contraindication to home birth by most governing organizations that I've ever been familiar with, and that it deserved more attention. I was not accusing the crime, I was calling attention.
So you don't think that you said that you thought a crime may have been committed in assisting with a baby that is breech?
I absolutely said that a crime may have been committed.
Because you believed that it was possible that it was criminal to assist with a breech baby without hospital resources available?
I thought it deserved exploration, yes.
Thank you. Do you recall being interviewed by the police at UNMC on June 17th after coming back from your break on the 16th?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were you involved in any meetings with UNMC staff? Actually, I'm going to withdraw that question. Did you have a chance to talk more with Emily did you see Emily again on June 17th, 2019?
I believe that I saw her each day of her hospitalization, yes.
So you saw her on the 15th when she first arrived in the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And then on the 16th, would you have seen her in the night until 7 a.m. when you left?
Since she delivered before midnight, she would have been seen for postpartum care both days also.
So would you have seen her in the early hours of the 16th?
Yes.
Would you have seen her between the time you left your shift on the 16th and midnight on the 16th?
No. Sorry, wait. The 16th is Sunday, yes?
Yes.
Okay. No.
So then you think you saw her again on the 17th?
Correct.
So sort of the two periods of your care for her were the night that she was admitted and then the morning of the 17th when she was discharged. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember having more of an opportunity to speak with her on the 17th?
Yes.
And what was that like? What were the circumstances that were more relaxed for that conversation?
I believe that she was in her daughter's room in the NICU, and I would have gone over routine postpartum questions, talked about pain, bleeding, bladder, dizziness, headaches, chest pain, shortness of breath, pain in her legs. And then I remember telling her, and I may have had this conversation with her on Sunday, I may have had this conversation with her on Monday, I don't remember that timing, but I remember informing her that my understanding of my legal requirements was that I had to file a police report, and because I didn't want her to be surprised.
And was her baby still alive at that time?
Yes, she was.
So were these, and did her baby die on the 17th?
I believe so.
So was this conversation happening in some of the final hours of her time with her baby, her newborn baby Vera?
I believe so.
Was her baby alive in the NICU room when you were with her?
I believe so.
I want to bounce back to some of the testimony you gave about your initial encounter with her on the night of the 15th and the 16th earlier today. You testified that she consented to enough of an exam that you could get certain health information when you examined her. Is that right?
Yes.
What was she willing to consent to for that exam, and what was she not willing to consent to?
She didn't deny us consent for anything, but we would have said things like, we're going to check on the placenta now, and we're going to check for tears. Okay, this episiotomy is here. The next step would be numbing medicine. Do you want any pain medicine through your arm? Things like that.
And did you receive any information directly from the ambulance team at the time of transfer, or did that come to you down a telephone game? Did you speak with any of them directly?
It came down the telephone game.
Okay, so who spoke with the ambulance team and then reported that information to you?
The ER team.
Okay. And were you informed that Emily had declined an IV during the ambulance transfer to the hospital?
I don't remember discussing that.
Okay.
I sure may have.
Okay.
I don't know if we ever placed one.
So, Dr. Lessman, in your testimony earlier, you also have explained some of the phenomena associated with childbirth. And I'll try not to ask you to repeat yourself unnecessarily, but I'd like to ask you about an issue that you haven't discussed yet. Are you familiar with the concept of the fetal ejection reflex?
By that term?
Are you familiar with the idea that heightened adrenaline in the woman during the second stage of labor can cause expulsion of the fetus in a physiological birth?
I don't know that I've seen that in our literature recently.
Okay.
Certainly explosive efforts can become involuntarily.
Yes.
Or involuntary. No one denies that.
And doctor, was it your representation to the authorities with whom you spoke in this matter that the death of the child was, quote, totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention?
That was my impression.
And would you agree with the reporting officer's description of your report to him on this matter as he described it in the officer's affidavit in support of criminal charges? Quote, affiant officer spoke with Dr. Lessman, who advised her that it was her medical opinion that the childbirth was handled negligently, which resulted in the death of the baby Vera No. Dr. Lessman advised that the death of the child was preventable had appropriate medical steps been taken in a timely manner. Dr. Lessman advised that the medical steps taken by Hock were performed negligently. Does that seem like an accurate summary of your testimony to the officers?
Yes, it does.
One of the reporting officers wrote in their report, Dr. Lessman and staff at UNMC attempted to save the child. Is that accurate?
Yes.
How?
Through neonatal resuscitation protocols.
Okay.
And then cooling protocol.
And then what was your assessment of Emily's condition over her days at UNMC, following your initial care for her following the delivery?
So, she did have some elevated blood pressures initially, which we initially attributed to the heightened emotions and also some physical pain as well. But then her initial labs came back with an elevated creatinine, which we did not have an explanation for. And so in the context of that as a potential severe feature for preeclampsia, plus the high blood pressures, we made the diagnosis of preeclampsia with severe features. So we did, with her consent, start an IV for treatment of preeclampsia with magnesium for 24 hours. She was emotional throughout the stay, but also my impression was appropriate for the circumstance with the dying baby.
Did you have an opportunity in your ongoing communications with her to get a deeper understanding of her previous trauma associated with hospital-based care?
I don't remember what depth we got into in that interview because it didn't make it into documentation. And in an already extremely traumatic experience, to drag her back through more trauma was not seen as productive or helpful.
Did she volunteer to you that she had PTSD, that she was traumatized by her previous delivery, her previous cesarean delivery?
She yes, she did tell us that her prior delivery had been traumatic to her.
Okay, and your testimony is that you did not ask any questions, any more questions about the source of that trauma or trauma that she had experienced prior to that delivery?
I don't remember the level of detail that we got into there or how much she volunteered.
Okay. Did you have any communication with the NICU team regarding Vera's care or assessment or care either on the 16th or the 17th?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the plan for Vera's care?
So initially, the decision was made to cool the infant, hoping to minimize cerebral injury. And it quickly became evident that that was a futile measure, and so plans were made to withdraw care.
And so when you said that quickly became evident, when did it become evident?
I don't know the exact timeline on that.
Was it the night of the 16th?
I don't know the nuances of that timing.
Were you present when the family was informed that if Vera didn't show, signs of an ability to live independently within 72 hours, that life support would be withdrawn?
I was not present for that conversation.
Were you aware that was the advice that they were being given?
I did not hear any of that advice or discussion.
Were you ever aware of a plan that Vera would be on life support for 72 hours and then it would be withdrawn?
So I know cooling protocols often take about 3 days, and at some point in there, her neurologic exam was very concerning for brain death, and so I believe that evaluation was done. I don't know the timing of the neonatal course.
And who would have made the decision about when to take Vera off of life support?
So that would have been a discussion between the neonatologist and the parents.
Do you have any information about why Vera was removed from life support 36 to 48 hours after 36 to 48 hours rather than after 72?
I was not part of those conversations.
Do you have any knowledge on the topic?
I think that would have required a diagnosis of brain death.
Were you aware of any steps taken to minimize the trauma for the parents around the death of their baby?
I know that pastoral care was invited, pastoral care and music therapy got involved. and that everyone on the team did their best to treat the family with utmost respect. I believe the neonatal team prepared mementos.
Dr. Lessman, were you aware that Emily was pulled away from her dying baby's bedside for police questioning about the birth?
Not until the deposition, no.
Were you aware that Creighton was questioned by the police while he was grieving and holding his baby while she was still alive?
Not until now, no.
Did you take any steps to inform the NICU team of the need to minimize ongoing trauma to Emily based on her past experiences?
I know the NICU team to be a compassionate group of people, and didn't expect to need oversight in that.
Did you ever learn why they allowed the parents to be questioned by their dying baby's bedside when the baby was about to pass away?
I don't know that any of us knew that we had any jurisdiction over police timing or decisions.
Dr. Lessman, how long have you been a doctor?
I graduated from med school in 2009.
And where did you go after medical school?
I went to St. Louis University for OBGYN residency.
Is that in Missouri?
Yes, it is.
And how many hospitals have you worked at an obstetrician?
Three.
And what are those hospitals?
St. Mary's Hospital in St. Louis as a trainee. Deaconess, now Multi-Care in Spokane, and now Nebraska Medicine.
So St. Louis, Missouri, Spokane, Washington, and Omaha, Nebraska
Correct.
are the locations of your three hospitals. And was it your experience in all three of the states where you worked that some patients chose to plan to give birth outside the hospital?
Yes.
And have all the hospitals where you've worked received transfers or received women in labor who started labor outside the hospital and are not registered for planned births at that hospital?
Yes.
Do you provide prenatal care as well as support women through childbirth?
Yes.
And does the provision of prenatal care involve discussing women's intentions for giving birth?
It involves delivery planning, yes.
And have any women ever told you that they were planning or hoping to give birth at home with a midwife?
Not in Omaha. In Washington State, yes.
And what is your impression of some of the reasons or the primary reasons why women choose to give birth outside the hospital?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Dr. Lessman, what do you say to women when they tell you that they're planning to give birth at home?
It's been more than 6 years since I've had to have that specific conversation. We talk about what might be motivating their decision. We talk about factors specific to their care. I believe that the last time I needed to have that conversation was in advance of ACOG's most recent guidance on planned home birth that recognized a 3- to 4-fold increase in neonatal morbidity or mortality, but respected home birth decision making in average risk births.
So, Dr. Lessman, is it your testimony that you informed them regarding the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists' perspective on home birth?
Correct.
How do you counsel them regarding the risks and the benefits of out-of-hospital birth versus hospital-based delivery? Do you inform them of any benefits of out-of-hospital birth?
So I am, again, a member of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and if they are coming to me believing that, or with their own reasons for home birth, I am not adding benefits to home birth, because to my medical risk assessment, according to my accrediting body, that is not a part of the conversation at this time.
So is your answer that you do not inform them that there are any benefits to out-of-hospital birth?
I do not any more than I say that there are no benefits. That was not a part of my counseling last time that question came up 7 years ago in Washington State. No.
I'm not sure I understand your answer, doctor, so can you just answer it clearly, yes or no? Do you inform those patients regarding any benefits of out-of-hospital birth?
That is not within the ACOG standard of care, so no.
Do you inform them regarding any risks of hospital-based delivery?
In consenting for delivery, then, yes.
In discussing their choice or their plan or their idea to give birth at home? Do you just, when you're counseling them on that choice, do you discuss any risks of hospital-based delivery?
Again, it's been at least 7 years since I had to have that question or that conversation in a non-hypothetical way. But delivery is never a risk-free process.
Did certified nurse midwives work with you at your hospital in Missouri during your training?
They did not have delivering procedures at that time, but they did work with us in a nurse practitioner role.
And can I refer you to page 10 of your deposition? And I'll refer you to lines 3 through 7.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked in this deposition, and did certified nurse midwives work with you at that hospital? And did you recall answering, when I was in St. Louis, it was not a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives to deliver at that time? Is that accurate?
That was referring to hospital privileging, yes.
Yes, and so when you say that it wasn't a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives, you're talking about certified nurse midwives, right?
Correct.
And so, doctor, what's your understanding of the difference between a nurse midwife and a direct entry midwife?
Nurse midwives are credentialed by the American College of Nurse Midwifery.
And what is a direct entry midwife?
That is a much broader term to my understanding.
Do you know what it means?
I am not an expert in that, no.
Okay. So,
Ms. Hayes, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. We're back on the record. You may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Lessman, did you receive any training on direct entry midwifery or home birth during your time in Missouri, during your residency training there?
I did not.
Did you receive any information or training that informed you that direct entry midwifery had just become legal there the year before you came in 2008 when the Missouri Supreme Court upheld the legality of home birth midwifery in the face of opposition by the Missouri State Medical Association?
I did not.
Were there any protocols or policies in place at that hospital, to your knowledge, on home birth or how to collaborate with home birth midwives over transfers to ensure safe outcomes for moms and babies?
As a trainee, I would not have been involved in developing them, and to my knowledge, there were none.
Okay. And then when you worked in Washington State after Missouri for the years prior to your work at UNMC, did certified nurse midwives work at that hospital?
Yes, they did.
And what was their status?
They were delivering clinicians.
And can I refer you to page 14 of your deposition? And this will be lines 18, I guess 15 through 20. Tell me when you're ready. And so, do you recall being asked in deposition, did you have a different perception of the friendliness of that environment to the presence of nurse midwives compared with the hospital in Missouri?
Objection. I don't think this is a relevant question to this case.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Objection overruled. Answer the question.
Well, do you, the rest of the question is, Dr. Lessman, and do you remember testifying that in Washington they had hospital privileges and were able to deliver and were well respected by the medical community?
Clinical nurse midwives, absolutely.
And so therefore, would you say that there was a different level of integration of certified nurse midwives into your maternal health practice in Missouri as opposed to Washington?
Yes.
And what was your knowledge of the status of out-of-hospital birth and direct entry midwives in Washington during your work there?
So a lot of that, admittedly, was education that I received informally from my clinical nurse midwife partners. And my understanding of it was that direct entry midwifery was legal, but that I might get the nuance wrong, that clinical nurse midwives and obstetricians, I don't know if it was a hospital credentialing issue or a malpractice issue, but there was something barring clinical nurse midwives from home delivery.
But my question was, what was the status of what was your knowledge of the status of direct entry midwifery in Washington during your time there?
I believe that it was legal.
Okay. And so can I refer you to your deposition, first to page 101, lines 11 through 13?
Okay.
Do you recall being asked who certifies home birth midwives and answering, to my knowledge, nobody recognized by law?
Yes.
And then if I can refer you to page 102, lines 9 through 17.
Okay.
And so were you asked in deposition, does the American College of Nurse Midwives certify direct entry midwives? And did you respond no?
That is what I answered, yes.
And then when do you respond
remember being asked who does and answering no one?
That was my knowledge at the time, correct.
And this was in December 2022?
Correct.
And do you remember being asked, so you're not aware of any certifying body for direct entry midwives, and answering, not that is generally recognized and respected by the medical community?
Correct.
Have you ever heard of the North American Registry of Midwives?
I have not.
So you're not aware of the North American Registry of Midwives as a registering body for the certified professional midwife?
I am not.
And what is your knowledge of what is a certified professional midwife?
My knowledge of that is limited. I understand them to be birth attendants of variable experience.
And you testified that most of the information that you received regarding home birth direct entry midwives and the status of home birth came from your certified nurse midwife colleagues at the hospital?
Correct.
The basis of anecdote?
Correct.
May I refer you to page 105 of your deposition?
Okay.
Can I ask you to read line 17 through the end of the page, and then on to the bottom of page 106?
Okay.
Do you recall testifying that it was your understanding that a certified professional midwife is a term that is deliberately misleading, allowing the uneducated public to associate it with clinical nurse midwives?
Correct.
And that was your impression based on the education that you had received about direct entry midwives from nurse midwives?
So it is my understanding, as a board-certified OBGYN who has worked with nurse midwives, that the American College of Nurse Midwifery, American College of Nurse Midwives sets very high standards for everyone it certifies, and is accountable for their certification. I do not know of the same level of standards, training, and respect for any other governing body for midwives.
So you said that you're aware that ACOG and the certifying bodies for obstetrician gynecologists and ACNM and the certifying bodies for nurse midwives have high standards for their certification and training, is that right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding of the standards that are used for the certification of direct entry midwives as certified professional midwives? What are those standards?
That would be a great question for the state medical board. I am not an expert in those.
So if you don't know what they are, then how can you know that they are inferior?
I am trusting the state medical boards in that.
And what have you learned from the state medical boards? Have you received a policy paper or something with regard to the standards of care for the certification of direct entry midwives?
At no point have I claimed to be an expert in direct entry midwifery.
So if I can refer you again to page 106 of your deposition, do you remember being asked, so are you testifying that your understanding is that the title certified professional midwife is a title that has been invented to deliberately mislead the public, and that you responded, that is my understanding, yes?
Yes.
And do you recall this answer to the question of whether you were testifying that you were aware of no standards for the certification and testing and training of certified professional midwives, that you said in lines 16 through 22, I am testifying that whatever standards there may be, ACOG and ACNM do not, I believe them to be inferior, and I stand with ACOG and ACNM in believing the clinical lay midwife or clinical practical midwife standards are insufficient to provide safe care. Do you recall that testimony, Doctor?
I do.
That's still your belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And if you look at your deposition testimony from page 106 onto the page 107, do you recall being asked the question, would you expect a lay midwife or a traditional midwife to know how to do the same things that a certified nurse midwife knows how to do under her standard of care? And that you answered no.
Again, I am not aware of the standards set, and I am not an expert in direct entry midwifery.
Is it still your testimony that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things a CNM does?
It is my testimony that I trust the training and certification of CNMs.
So are you changing your testimony with regard to this question? Would you expect a lay midwife to know how to do the things that a certified nurse midwife can do? And that your answer was no, you would not expect that.
I cannot prove the qualifications based on my knowledge.
So is your answer still no, you would not expect her to know how to do the things a CNM can do?
I cannot prove the sufficiency of her training based on my experience and my absence of expertise in clinical or in direct entry midwifery.
I'm going to ask it again, and I would appreciate it if you can just answer yes or no for clarity. Would you still say that you do not expect a lay traditional midwife to know how to do the things that a certified nurse midwife knows how to do? Yes or no?
No.
And do you see your testimony at the top of page 107 where you were asked, would you expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things that an obstetrician gynecologist certified by ACOG knows how to do? And your answer was no. Would that still be your answer today?
Correct.
Thank you. Have you ever had a relationship with what you call a lay midwife that gave you an opportunity to understand what they do and how they work?
I have not.
When you testified that you believed that a breech presentation risks a labor out of a safe home birth, where is your belief regarding standards of care for home birth coming from?
So the ACOG writings on safe home birth and ACNM, and also in response to the absence of memory in the deposition a week and a half ago, I did again look up the standards in Washington State because I hadn't remembered them, and again affirmed that they also believed breech birth to be a contraindication to home birth.
And so what is your understanding about how regulatory standards of care for the provision of home birth services are set at the state level? Are they set by ACOG?
No, they are not.
Are you aware that home birth midwives are supported under regulation to deliver breech babies at home in the state of Oregon?
I do not know what goes on in Oregon.
Do you remember saying to Officer Lisa Crouch in your phone call with her on June 19th, 2019, that if a woman has a vaginal birth after cesarean at home, she's already saying that she doesn't care if her baby lives or dies?
That's harsh language. But I will affirm that it is my understanding that the risk of fetal or neonatal demise in a VBAC is 2.9 per thousand at home and 0.17 per thousand in a hospital.
What is the source for that statistic, Dr. Lessman?
Gosh, I think it's the ACOG position on home birth, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
Dr. Lessman, are you aware that that home birth exists and is integrated in other countries in a way that it's not in the United States?
That's my understanding.
Relevance.
You're on.
Sustained.
Okay.
Move on.
Dr. Lessman, are you aware that many women have vaginal births after cesarean at home, and in part because their local obstetricians refuse to support them in a vaginal birth?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
So when you reported to the police, so you've testified today that you wouldn't expect a lay midwife to be familiar with the standards of care for a certified nurse midwife or an obstetrician gynecologist, or to be certified by those bodies. So when you reported to the police that Angela Hock was negligent, what did you mean? By what standard of care was she negligent?
Well, by the Nebraska Medicine bylaws, I can't provide consent or consent conversation for a procedure that I don't perform. And so I don't, based on the what I observed and the outcomes of the case, it called into question her ability to provide consent in that case.
So was your answer that you were asserting that she was negligent under the Nebraska obstetrician gynecologist standard of care? That applies to you?
I am not pretending to be a lawyer or an expert in that law.
But are you testifying that the standard of care that was on your mind when you were reporting that Angela Hock was negligent was the obstetrician gynecologist standard of care?
Obstetrician gynecologist and ACNM.
Okay. So you're testifying that the standards of care that were on your mind when you reported that Angela Hock was negligent were the ACNM and ACOG standards of care, but you've also testified that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to be familiar with or able to follow the standards of care for obstetricians and certified nurse midwives, have you not?
Correct.
When you were working in either Washington or Nebraska, did you receive any training that informed you that states that license and integrate both CNMs and CPMs, like Washington, have better neonatal outcomes than states that don't, like Nebraska?
Objection. No.
Sustained.
Your Honor.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes, sir.
I've given you some leeway.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll move on.
What other states do is not relevant to what Nebraska does.
But it is relevant to Dr. Lessman's impressions, Your Honor, and her assertion that this was absolutely negligent in all contexts rather than according to the standards of her local community.
Well, your questions aren't geared towards
yes, Your
that.
Honor, I'll move forward.
Go forward.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Did UNMC offer you any trainings or require any continuing education when you came to work there?
Yes.
On what topics?
There are annual trainings in many things: fire safety, infection control, laws relating to student records and rights.
And what was the year when you came to work at UNMC?
2017.
Did you receive any training relating to ACOG's 2018 Committee Opinion on Breech?
Coming from the administration of Nebraska Medicine, no. As a discussion point in our OBGYN didactics, absolutely.
And okay. And did you receive any trainings on the topic of midwives, either certified nurse midwives or traditional lay midwives?
We practice in close collaboration with clinical nurse midwives, and they provide education and part of the rotation of our didactic sessions as well.
So when you say the rotation of our didactic sessions, does that mean that the nurse midwives teach classes that the OB-GYNs come and listen to?
Grand round sessions, yes.
And did have some of your grand rounds at UNMC involved presentations by nurse midwives on what they do and their standards of care? To your memory? Yes.
Yes.
And have any of those involved presentations and grand rounds on out-of-hospital birth?
I don't believe so.
Okay. To your knowledge, does UNMC have a policy with regard to how to receive home birth transfers?
I confirmed that there is not, because it's superseded by EMTALA and therefore not deemed necessary.
How so?
Every patient that presents in an emergency situation or in labor is automatically a candidate for care and can never be turned away.
Is that all there is to say about safety for out-of-hospital birth transfers, that the patient receives care and shouldn't be turned away?
Everyone is treated with respect, and efforts are made to continue care as best we can. Unregistered patients are not uncommon. Having received care with the intention of delivering at another hospital or visiting Omaha for other reasons. I don't know why water breaks at the zoo so much, but it does. But few of them are planned home births.
Okay. And is there any policy specifically with regard to the transfer of planned home births?
No.
And have you ever been directed at any of the hospitals where you've worked that you should call the police if you receive a home birth transfer?
No.
Have you ever been directed to notify Child Protective Services if you learned that a family attempted to give birth at home?
No, not for that reason.
Have you ever received a training at UNMC that suggested that it is child neglect to try to give birth at home?
No.
Do you recall testifying in deposition that dozens of women come into UNMC in labor every year who were not registered to have a planned hospital birth at UNMC?
Correct. The majority being planned to deliver at another hospital.
And do you recall testifying to your awareness that some women in Nebraska choose to give birth unassisted without any licensed medical professional rather than come into the hospital and give birth with any of the licensed professionals available to them?
I confirmed with the director of the unit that that was a rare event. She couldn't put a number on it either, but it does occur sometimes.
And when you testified in deposition, was that on the basis of your own knowledge and experience?
In this case.
In this case, you said?
This was a planned home birth.
But I specifically asked if you were aware that there are women who plan to give birth unassisted, without a midwife, without anybody, because they can't find anybody and they don't trust anybody at the hospital.
Then I must have misunderstood the question.
Are you aware of that phenomenon? The phenomenon of women giving birth unassisted, choosing to give birth at home unassisted?
That objection, again, is not relevant to this case.
Sustained.
When Emily No presented at the hospital, did you ask her if she had any records of care prior to her transfer?
Yes, we did.
What do you recall about that conversation?
I don't remember what came out when. I believe that she had started, had received 1 or 2 prenatal visits at Offutt. I don't remember what other attempts there were to obtain records.
After Emily No informed you that she had started care at home with a home birth midwife, do you remember if you asked her whether she had any records associated with that care or her labor care prior to her arrival at the hospital?
I don't believe so.
Why would you have not asked that?
I don't believe that we expected them.
Would it improve your availability to provide safe care if you have medical records that inform you about the patient's prenatal and labor history if they arrive during labor?
It would.
And so again, once you know that she had a home birth midwife, why not ask for records?
I would expect the home birth midwife to be the best expert on that, and at the time there was no restriction on visitor policy.
The best expert on what?
On what happened during that home birth.
So if the home birth midwife is not there, just like her Dr. McBee from Offutt is not there, are records the way that the providers who treated a patient prior to you would communicate that person's clinical history so that you can take over care?
That would be a good way to do that. I was not aware that that was an option in this case.
When you worked, are you ever aware that it's an option to receive records from have you ever been aware in the history of your career as an obstetrician that it's an option to receive records from a transferring home birth midwife in any setting?
It's always okay to ask. I've never personally received them.
Have you ever asked for your home birth midwife's records?
It's been years since it was more than a hypothetical, so I don't know.
You've testified that you've worked at UNMC for 5 or 6 years, is that right?
Since February 1st, 2017.
And of the patients, the unregistered patients who arrived at UNMC in labor over those years, was Emily No the first patient who ever told you the name of her home birth midwife?
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
So I'd like to circle back to your claim to the police in this case, which ultimately formed the basis for the criminal charges in their affidavit, that the death of the child was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention. Is that your recollection of your claim?
Yes.
Is that still your belief?
Yes.
And so when you made that report to the officer that it was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention, what did you mean, if she had sought proper medical attention?
So if she had been receiving care with a physician or nurse midwife, we would have been more prepared for all of the outcomes. She would have been counseled that cesarean, well, for first external cephalic version, and then if unsuccessful, cesarean would be the safest delivery route, especially considering the cephalopelvic disproportion in her first case.
So maybe we could just slow it down a little bit about what it would have looked like if she had sought proper medical attention. So let's imagine that she had transferred to UNMC after identification of the breech lie, and assume that there are no non-reassuring heart tones or any other indication that the baby is currently in distress when you encounter the patient. Baby has just been identified as coming breech. And let's assume for our hypothetical that it is a complete breech presentation. So first I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about time frames. You've testified today that there are times when a fetus or a neonate is in danger and every second counts, particularly when the oxygen supply to the fetus is cut off. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it right that you've also testified that after identification of a breech lie during labor, in the absence of any evidence that the fetus is in distress, you could still expect that hours may pass before the baby is ultimately born, if the baby's going to be born vaginally? Is that correct?
Depending on where she is in the labor process, yes.
Yes. Was it your testimony in that case that unless there's an indication that the baby is in fetal distress right now and needs to be delivered, identification of a breech lie during labor does not mean in itself that the baby is compromised or that delivery has to happen imminently? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, in contrast, let's say if a cord were to prolapse and nothing were done to keep the pressure off of that cord or to keep it from being pinched, and the cord was prolapsed and pinched, how long would you expect before the fetus would become compromised?
So if the cord was pinched, you have a matter of minutes.
Minutes. And so would you expect that a baby who had experienced a prolapsed cord would have good color and tone 30 to 60 minutes after the cord prolapse, if it presented out of the vagina 30 to 60 minutes later?
Depends on the level of cord compression. My understanding is that out-of-hospital cord prolapse has about a 40% risk of demise, but that means that 60% of them are not compromised by that cord.
So if the cord prolapsed and it were pinched, would that have a high association with fast fetal death?
Yes.
Is there any rule or standard of care that you know of that says that a breech baby needs to be delivered within 30 to 60 minutes of identification of the breech?
No, I believe 30 to 60 minutes is a standard of care for the second stage of labor, which is maternal expulsive efforts, not identification of the breech.
So you're saying in the case of a breech or in the case of a vertex?
In the case of a breech.
Okay. And if a baby is delivered who has experienced hypoxia in the process of being born, Can the baby sometimes be saved if the providers can perform appropriate neonatal resuscitation in time?
Has experienced hypoxia as a very broad category, from babies who have experienced it fleetingly and recover spontaneously to those who have sustained injury. But yes, the prognosis is better with resuscitation.
Can a baby come out compromised and not breathing on its own and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
Yes.
Can a baby come out without a heartbeat and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
That prognosis is far more guarded, but yes.
And in that situation, does every second count for that kind of resuscitation?
Yes.
And if a baby comes out in a compromised condition and neonatal resuscitation might save its life, and that resuscitation is performed incorrectly, would that mean that the oxygen will not be delivered to the baby fast enough to save the baby?
Possibly.
And if a neonatal resuscitation is therefore not performed correctly, could the baby die? Or could the baby fail to be saved?
Yes.
Okay, and so coming back to what would have happened if Mrs. No had presented to the hospital under your care, how would you have informed her regarding her options and the risks between trial of labor and a cesarean delivery?
While being breech?
Yes, if she had presented in the scenario that we're talking about at the time of identification, baby is not currently in distress, there's a presentation of a complete breech lie.
I would tell her that the safest route of delivery is by cesarean.
So are you saying that you would therefore skip over discussion of information of risks and get to your conclusion for what she should do?
Depends on the urgency and the time that we have for discussion.
Well, so I think you've just testified that if the baby's not in distress, there's time for a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so in this hypothetical scenario that we're in, which is the scenario of Emily No after identification of the breech lie. So there's time for a discussion, baby's not in distress, and she has to decide whether to accept an offer of a cesarean or to proceed with a vaginal birth. How would you have counseled her regarding the risks on either side of that choice?
Well, we also have, factoring into this, that it is 9:10 p.m. on Saturday night, and I am the obstetrician in the hospital who is not personally experienced in singleton breech births. And so that does affect our risk-benefit discussion, and that's another point that must be included, because that's probably not enough time for me to gather the support of one of the MFMs or one of my partners who is personally experienced with singleton breech births.
So could you just lay out what are the risks that you would have informed her of regarding vaginal birth, and what are the risks that you would have informed her of regarding a planned cesarean?
So the risks of a cesarean at that point, risks that are always true: bleeding, infection, trauma to other structures in the area, bowel, bladder, nerves, risk that scars can form on the inside, lead to new sources of pain, risk for need for further procedures to correct this or anything else that doesn't go as planned. Vaginal breech delivery runs the risk of head entrapment and cord prolapse, and even without any of those, of neurodevelopmental differences or challenges in the first few years of life. Those do typically normalize in the population by about age 7, by about second grade. But it would also depend on, also in our counseling would be the type of breech and our ultrasound assessment of the position of the legs, our Leopold's assessment of the fetal size, because anything less than 2,500 or greater than 4,000 grams would be another contraindication to breech birth. Again, the assessment of the cord, but you addressed that. And her labor course as well.
Okay, so I noticed when you were counseling her regarding the risks of a vaginal breech, you did not discuss any risks associated with your own training and experience. Is that because you don't normally counsel women regarding your personal training and experience?
been a very long time since anyone has, I don't know that I've ever had someone ask for a term breech birth because it hasn't been, because it wasn't the standard of care for so long and cultural shift has been there. If I was asked to do that, I would share that experience, and that she would have to meet all of those requirements: the fetal size, the type of breech, no other contraindications to vaginal birth, and I would need the support of a provider who had more experience in that particular procedure.
And would you have asked her if she was planning to have many children?
With complete cervical dilation and a breech presentation, I do discuss that in the office, but in the middle of the night with a complete breech at 10 centimeters, we may not have gotten into that level of detail.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of neonatal mortality and morbidity to Vera from a surgical delivery?
The risk of neonatal injury is always about 1% for any operative delivery. Most of that data comes from cephalic presentations, and most of that injury is to the head.
How about I specifically asked, how would you have informed her with regard to neonatal mortality and morbidity from surgical delivery?
Again, that's hypothetical without more information about the presentation at the time, as informed by ultrasound and as informed by my ability to be backed up by someone with that breech experience, because those also factor in.
Is it not possible to provide patients with general information on the risks to neonates from surgical delivery, on the specific risks to neonates of mortality and morbidity from surgical delivery, on the general risks? Is that not possible?
It is. It's just always so much more nuanced than that.
Is it your understanding that ACOG agrees that surgical delivery increases risks to the neonate, including the risk of mortality and morbidity?
That's comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing a cesarean to a cephalic delivery, a vertex delivery.
And is it the case that the ACOG committee opinion on breech that we reviewed together today said that there may be a higher incidence of neonatal mortality and morbidity with vaginal breech than cesarean, but meaning there may not?
On a population level, that is correct.
And yet you would have counseled her extensively on the risks to her baby from a vaginal birth, but not so extensively on the risks to her baby from a surgical birth. Isn't that your testimony today? And so how would you have informed her on the risks? Oh, okay.
Hold on.
It is my experience and training that would have been the safer route for the baby at that time.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of uterine rupture in future pregnancies?
When we discuss the impact on uterine scar in future pregnancies, it's typically more in the context of placentation, that the placenta can deeply implant, and for future pregnancies at risk. The uterine rupture risk does increase when you've had 2 scars and attempt labor.
Dr. Lessman, does the uterine rupture risk increase after 1 cesarean?
After 1 and again after 2.
So it increases after 1, then it increases more after 2, is that right?
Correct.
And so you're saying that because this would have been her 2nd cesarean, you would have counseled her on the increased risks. Would you have counseled her on the increased risks of uterine rupture after 2 cesareans?
If I really believe I have a baby that is at imminent risk of cord prolapse or head entrapment, I don't know that we're getting into that level of detail when she is completely dilated and with a breech presentation. That level of detail is for the office.
So You've testified that there's time when a baby is presenting breech but is not in distress for a discussion. And you've also testified that leaving information about the risks of the thing you want them to choose off the table is manipulation under ACOG's definition of what is ethically inappropriate. So wouldn't it be ethically inappropriate for you to leave information regarding the risks to her future pregnancies off the table of this informed consent conversation about her options at the hospital that day?
It is never possible to include all risks in discussion of any procedure.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, does the risk of uterine rupture pose a risk of death to her future babies?
It does.
Does it pose a risk of death to her?
It does.
Doctor, what is placenta accreta?
That's when the placenta implants in the myometrium.
Would you call that a serious complication?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Because the placenta doesn't separate after birth, putting her at high risk of hemorrhage and need for cesarean hysterectomy.
Who is that most dangerous to?
Mom.
And what does it put her at risk for?
For the hemorrhage and cesarean hysterectomy.
What else?
Death.
Does it increase her risk of death significantly?
It does.
Would you have informed Emily No of that fact?
On the foundation is the time, there's been a lot of hypotheticals here.
I'm going to ask some foundational questions. I'll withdraw that question if I may, Your Honor. May I withdraw it? How would you have informed Emily No on the risks of placenta accreta in future pregnancies after 2 cesareans?
Again, I object to foundation. Are we talking about an emergent situation? If she had come in at the time she's breech, or
I believe I've clearly laid the foundation in the hypothetical that she's transferred at the time of identification of the breech, the baby is in a complete lie, the baby is not in distress.
So backing up to the list of risks that we discussed initially, risk for need for further procedures is part of that. Abnormal placentation and risks to future pregnancies. I'm sorry if I didn't include that in my usual spiel, I often do.
And so would you have counseled her that placenta accreta creates a risk of future procedures in future pregnancies?
Again, that would be included in what I just said, yes.
And would you have counseled her that there was any risk of accreta other than a risk of future procedures?
Would I have... I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused. So
I've heard you just heard you testify that you would have counseled her that placenta accreta creates a risk for needing procedures in future pregnancies. Are you speaking of procedures that would be put in place to try to save the mother's life?
yes,
Do those procedures always work?
no, but the absolute risk of the two things that we're discussing are not necessarily in balance.
Are you aware that there has been an association by ACOG and other medical bodies of the United States rising maternal mortality rate and the overuse of cesarean section?
Yes,
And are you aware that that finding is linked to the prevalence of placenta accreta?
yes it is.
And is that because the procedures to cure placenta accreta don't always work and sometimes moms die?
That is true.
Would you have informed Emily No that the risk of placenta accreta would rise to 40% after 3 cesareans?
That's in the context of a placenta previa. That's not all women with 3 cesarean scars.
And
That's a very specific incidence.
And is it the case that where the placenta lies is not always predictable in a pregnancy?
That is true, but it is also misleading to state that someone with 3 cesarean scars that has another pregnancy has a 40% chance of placenta accreta. That is not true.
Are you disputing the statistic that there is a 40% risk of placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
In the context of a placenta previa, there is. Most placentas are not placenta previas.
So you're denying that there is an absolute risk of 40% placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
I am saying it is absolutely true when that placenta is a previa.
Okay, and is it the case that multiple scars on a uterus make it more likely that the placenta will end up in the wrong part of the uterus?
That is true.
So how
But
would
there's
you
not a 40% accreta risk.
How would you
after the
counsel?
uterine
How
stress.
would so? That being the case, if the risk of death to the mother rises with each cesarean, would you consider it important to ask Emily no if she was planning a large family?
Yes, that is relevant. And that is often a discussion point. Again,
And how would you have supported Emily no through weighing the risks of the options available to her and making her best decision?
every consent conversation is a personalized conversation, taking into account the priorities that are evolving or that are coming out in the course of the discussion and that are learned by that individual. And so to apply the same consent conversation to every situation is simply untrue.
So in this hypothetical situation, with Emily no presenting in the hypothetical at the time to seek proper medical attention, how would you have counseled her or supported her in weighing the risks on both sides of the choices available to her at that time and making her decision?
We would take into account everything that we could learn and understand to be relevant to her decision making at that time. Again, that 30 to 60 minute time period from recognition of breech to actual delivery implies more time to sit back and talk than the clinical situation really has.
I thought you testified that there is no standard that says that you have 30 to 60 minutes from identification, but that you might from the time she starts expulsion and pushing the baby out. So it's not the case that you have 30 to 60 minutes. In fact, I think your testimony was that you can have hours.
Okay,
Isn't that
I see
right?
what you're saying. I see, yes.
So
we
given that
could,
you might have
we could.
hours.
We
yeah.
could. So hopefully that is time to evaluate her priorities and get to know her better. That she had chosen to start the process with a home birth does imply that she has concerns that we would need to learn about in that situation and gear that to her personally.
Would you answer her questions?
Yes.
Would you, if you tried to understand her values in the way that you were describing, would that be so that you could support her in making her decision or steer her toward the decision you want her to make?
So that I could support her in making her decision, but so that I could also truly provide an informed consent in line with her priorities.
And so now let's move forward and imagine that Emily no exercises the right that you've acknowledged in this proceeding to decline cesarean surgery and to move forward with and to let her baby come out her vagina. What would you have done to ensure the safe delivery of that child?
So I think we described safe breech or breech delivery previously. I would also call partners and hope that I have time for support of someone with more experience than I do, because I want the best for this baby and it's not my pride. And I don't have that experience, as you have so helpfully illuminated. And so I would monitor the labor curve closely, monitor the fetal heart tones closely, and if there's any change in the risk-benefit because of change in the heart tones or because of how quickly the cervix does or does not dilate, or because of presentation of the cord, we would update the consent conversation as that night progressed.
And so doctor, has it been your testimony today that when the baby, so let's talk about the baby starts to come out and the baby gets stuck. Let's imagine, the terrible scenario where the baby is delivering breech and head entrapment occurs. Has it been your testimony today? I don't want to ask you to go through everything you've already said, so maybe you can tell me if I'm accurately summarizing it, that you would have utilized maneuvers and that you would have potentially utilized Piper's forceps, and that if necessary to make more space, you might have performed an episiotomy so that you could perform those maneuvers to free the stuck head. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then could I ask you, I just want to ask you a few specific questions. So if the baby's body came out to the chest, and the baby was in a situation that you described earlier today where both arms were still up over the baby's head, would you attempt to resolve the nuchal arm by bringing it down?
It's mostly rotation and then sweeping the body, and then rotating 180 degrees the other way, and then sweeping the arms. So yes.
So would you try to safely sweep the arms down first? Like before trying to reach the head, would you try to address the arms?
Address the arms first.
Okay. And then if the head did not come out easily once the arms were free, what would you do next?
Assess what is holding the head up.
How?
So perform a vaginal exam and identify the tightness of the vaginal tissues or the presence or absence of cervix.
And what if the lock around, the seal around the baby was from the perineum was so tight that you couldn't get your fingers or your hand in?
Then that's when episiotomy is appropriate.
Okay. And then if you could get your fingers in there, what would you have tried to free the baby's head?
So we would have started with one examiner pressing on the fetal vertex, so right above the pubic bone, and the other delivering clinician flexing the head from below while mom pushes.
Are you saying it's a two-person job?
Yes, I am.
Could you use two hands?
Who's got the body?
So how is somebody pushing on the head?
So providing pressure above the suprapubic bone, or
Okay.
above the pubic bone, excuse me. Applying suprapubic pressure.
So you would ask your helper, you would ask a second person for assistance, is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry. We almost never deliver alone, and so I'm implying the presence of a second person the whole time. I should have stated that.
And so would that person sometimes, you would direct them, are you saying, to press their fingers down on the belly to try to apply pressure from above to free the head, is that right?
Yes, to apply suprapubic pressure. Probably not fingers, it's probably the palm of the hand.
The palm of the hand, okay, thank you. And then meanwhile, you would have your finger up inside the vagina to try to reach the baby's mouth? Is that what you testified?
No, ideally the maxilla to, yes, pull down on the cheeks.
Okay, so you would be trying to pull the baby's head down so that its chin isn't stuck on the pubic bone, is that right?
So pull is a word, careful word, applying pressure to help it flex.
Okay, and you say pull is something, is not even where you want to hear because we don't like to pull on babies, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
We're not pulling the baby out. That is still, mom has to
push it out.
Push unless we have forceps applied.
Thank you. Given if you were faced with this emergency situation, it's your testimony that you would have tried these maneuvers even though it would have been your first time applying them on a live patient. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In order to save Vera's life, isn't that right?
And yes.
And potentially mom's. In order to resolve the emergency, you would have done what you had learned in your training even though you had no personal experience. Isn't that
Absolutely.
Right? And do I correctly restate your testimony today when I say that a situation where the breech baby's head is stuck inside the pelvic bones is the most difficult to resolve compared to a situation where all that's holding the baby up is the perineum?
Correct.
And so then, regarding the use of forceps, to your knowledge, do midwives use forceps or are those a medical device?
Those are a device utilized by physicians.
Okay. And how many times would you have used Piper forceps prior to this delivery?
Once.
And yet you would have tried to use those to help save Vera?
Yes.
And so, am I right? You testified that one reason to perform an episiotomy is to make more room for something else to go into the vagina, like fingers. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that you yourself would perform it in order to make room for your hands if that was necessary to try to help free the head, right?
Yes.
And you testified that the appropriate instrument for an episiotomy is surgical scissors. Am I
Correct.
right? So, as difficult as this might be to imagine, if you were in a situation with a stuck breech baby where the perineum was sealed around the baby's neck, and every second counts for the prevention of hypoxia, and you had a choice between making more room for your hands with a scalpel or trauma shears, what would you choose?
Trauma shears.
Why?
Risk to the baby.
Thank you. So, doctor, if you did all that stuff to try to save Vera, can you guarantee that she would have survived if you had delivered her at the hospital vaginally?
We can never guarantee an obstetric outcome.
Can you guarantee that she would have survived if you delivered her by surgery at the hospital?
We have no reason to think otherwise.
Can you guarantee it?
We can never guarantee an obstetric outcome.
So therefore, can we actually say that Vera's death was totally preventable if she had gone to the hospital? Or are you actually saying that in your opinion it would have reduced the risk to her?
It would have significantly reduced the risk.
Okay, thank you. So, you spoke earlier about how you would counsel Emily No on that decision that she'd have to make about how to birth this baby, and that you've listed the risks that you would describe of cesarean section, and so let's say that you have that conversation with the patient, and the patient chooses to have a cesarean section, and the patient gets a venous thromboembolism, which is something that is associated with that has an increased risk with cesarean section. That is, the birthing mother is more likely to get an embolism. Is that accurate, doctor?
Yes.
So let's say that after informed consent that the mother gets an embolism and she dies. Do you believe that the doctor has negligently placed the mother in a situation that endangers her life by allowing her to choose for that cesarean section?
Objection.
Ms. Klein, Hayes,
Yes,
it's
sir.
4:33,
Yes, sir.
and I don't want to have to bring Dr. Lessman back tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
I'm
please.
very close to being done. I have
Thank
less
you.
than 10 questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Doctor, you've testified that you don't list every risk of a procedure when you are informing a patient, right?
Correct.
And that you describe general risks and that specific risks may manifest.
Correct.
But if you describe the general risks as you know them, you've done your job, even if a finite specific risk manifests, because you can't list every risk. Is that right, doctor?
I can't list all of them, but they deserve to be personalized.
Thank you, doctor. Is it your impression that when Angela Hock committed maneuvers or attempted an episiotomy in this case, she was trying to save the baby?
Yes.
Do you recall saying in your deposition that obstetricians live in legal fear?
Yes.
Do you recall saying that as an obstetrician, keeping the law front of mind is something that starts from day one?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Objection. Relevance to this line of question.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Overarching answer.
Okay.
It is, I was taught that during my training that the average risk of being sued at some point during an obstetric career is near 100%.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you were taught that being sued at some point in your career is a near certainty as an obstetrician?
Correct.
Is perinatal mortality a phrase that can be used to describe death around childbirth?
Yes.
If I were to say that about 1 in every 166 to 200 babies will not survive childbirth in the state of Nebraska, does that sound about accurate to you based on your understanding of perinatal mortality?
Yes.
Have you ever been informed that obstetricians are among the most frequently sued of all medical specialties?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that some of those claims involve the assertion that death could have been prevented if the doctor had not deviated from their professional standard of care?
Objection. Relevance.
May I
I'll
respond?
allow her to answer this question, but then you need to move on.
Okay.
You need to finish up.
Yes.
May I have a short recess, Your Honor, to confer with the counsel?
Give you 1 minute.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to ask you, counsel was asking about the ACOG number 745, and you were, I think, wanting to qualify some of the questions she had. Does this opinion need to be read in conjunction with some other opinions from ACOG to answer that question appropriately?
Yes. And I sure wish I had my notes in front of me. I believe 697 deserves recognition as well, but I don't have.
And what does 697 say?
I believe that's planned home birth.
Okay. And these are just opinions, correct? I mean,
They are committee opinions.
They aren't your Bible to follow. I mean, they're opinions, and you respect those opinions.
And I believe each one has a statement at the top in accordance to that, but yes, I respect these tremendously.
Okay. You know, you talked about you used the phrase obstetric injury, that Vera was suffering from geez, that's a tough word late in the day, particularly. Obstetric injury. What do you mean by that?
So injuries surrounding delivery itself.
Okay. So you also talked about that Vera was being cooled. What was the reason she was being cooled?
So cooling therapy is full body or cerebral only, and I believe it to be about 3 days of cooling the body to help calm the inflammation in the brain and therefore decrease the intensity or severity of the cerebral injury.
So the injury prior to death would have been this brain injury from the loss of oxygen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. 2 more questions. That placenta accretia, and counsel was trying to say there was a 40% chance of death, and you were trying to qualify with placenta previa. So what's the difference between the placenta previa and the placenta accretia?
So that assessment of risk of placenta accreta is a combination of the number of uterine scars in the context of the placenta covering the cervical os. That's what a placenta previa. A placenta previa is that the placenta comes between the cervix and the baby. And when it is that low, so near the uterine scar, then yes, 3 uterine scars plus the placenta previa does have a 40% risk of placenta accreta, which can be a very morbid thing. Most placentas are not previas.
Thank you. Final question. You were asked multiple times of, if you were in the situation with these different hypotheticals with Emily No, what would you do to do that informed consent, and what would you tell her? I asked you multiple times. Defense counsel asked you multiple times. Could you do that informed consent to talk about all these risks in 2 to 3 minutes, and during that time include an explanation of the fact that you could do some maneuvers during a breech birth?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So in a real life consent conversation, it's a give and take where there's conversation and the patient is also expressing her preferences and values, and so I would expect her to say something like, I do not want a C-section, that was highly traumatic, in which case we would go into more of the risks and benefits of breech delivery, and that's where I would talk about my own experience with that, so that she can make an informed decision about that. We would also talk about the reason for her prior cesarean and its context in the potential for cephalopelvic disproportion, so that she can again assess the risk. And if she still said, hey, like, this is really important to me, we would talk about, hey, like, to be safer, you have to, the second stage of delivery has to be so fast, otherwise we really are increasing the risk, or otherwise baby is warning us that she's not going to fit and we need to heed that warning, or the risks are as we've seen. Similarly, I would work very hard to have a second examiner or a second delivering clinician there who had more experience than I did. But I would, again, inform her of individual factors that were true for her experience.
So 2 to 3 minutes would be an awfully short time to get that done, wouldn't it?
It would.
Overall answer, Sharon?
No further questions?
Thanks, Dr. Lessman. Excused. I will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Till tomorrow, 9 o'clock.